that direction for it to get some momentum. But here I go again, forgetting what I'm explaining to you.
You were giving me the requisite to propose to make a proposal.
Oh yeah, and so I was explaining why they have to pay a proposal fee because it would be silly to just allow any Joe
Right.
Schmo
But
to.
how much is it?
And so I was thinking 15,000 bar, which is about $50. But really, we need a formula that constitutes that. Like,
Right.
because if it gets up to, you can write a proposal for 25 grand. I want it to be something like what you pay to apply to get a new spot or something like, credit check, maybe 39 bones or something, something equal to that. But at the same time, what they're getting, I have no control over what they're getting after that. So if somebody was like, I already know I got 650 people that's about to click like on my proposal, then they know that they can get to a quorum. I have no problem with that because you just exposed 650 people to our protocol. That's probably all gonna want the same opportunity. That for the opportunity, each one of them would have to put up about $50. You see what I'm saying? And so say out of each quorum that's constituted, which is 650 people that voted, you at least gonna get 10 people who think that this is a good idea and they won't add it too. You see what I'm saying? And so if those 10 people had to pay 50 bones each, that's 500 bones going to the pot to help boost it back up so it ain't depleted by the last grant that we just paid out or whatever. Not to mention, please know that we got passive income rolling into it so that it won't ever have to deal with people. For instance, we got the liquidity pool fees, but since I went through UniCrypt, I can't access them for another 6 months because they lock up everything for that amount of time. I didn't know they did that with the liquidity pool fees as well. But we got the liquidity pool fees, which is passive income that doesn't require any human interaction besides me. And I can have a smart contract written for this too, to actually take the liquidity off of PancakeSwap and directly put it on this DAO contract. That's an easy. A person wouldn't charge you $1,000 to make that smart contract. And so, you know what I mean? It could be completely automated, but I'm just talking shit, running on.
Well, you mentioned something about saying that you need kind of like a script, something that was made to keep the value of something, like of the things as it grows. And so you can have it so like right now, how you're saying it's 15,000 bar, which is the equivalent of $50. So like let's say bar does a 10x. Do you want, like in theory, there's like it will already grow relative to the market cap. So if bar does a 10x,
yeah, it's scalable. It's
going to scale with it automatically. Now, but what you could also do is like how you said, like right now you're at this 10% of the max cap, but you want to lower it to 2.5. What you could do is say that, hey, once we get to a $10 million market cap, it goes from 10% to 5%. Once we hit $100 million market cap, it goes from 5% to 2.5%. And you could even have it so that, it fluctuates. Like if the market cap drops back down, now this changes and da da da.
Exactly.
So like
that's how that is.
Yeah, and so like it might actually force, like if you're around a $100 million market cap, it might force people to go over it and then for it to sell back down and then it just keeps hovering. And so until you hit breakout points. But all that to say, this is good because we are like for the hip hop metaverse, we have a hip hop DAO.com, and then we had hiphopgrants.com. And so we were like pretty much teetering around that's the same logic of like that $1,000 start off for grants, but then growing it up to be 5,000 and then having different tiers for grant proposals. So all I have to say is this, since you got your system working up, like what we could do is make this something where you try to get the artists that are expose it to the people in the hip hop metaverse. You know what I'm saying? Some people like, if you don't know crypto and you hear that, oh, you cost $50 to get into a DAO, it sounds like pay to play. Rappers hate pay to play because rappers don't.
Well, getting
understand.
into the DAO ain't letting you play. Why would they say it's pay to play?
No, I'm saying it's pay to play. I'm saying that listen to my words. Listen to my words. I said, if you're not familiar with crypto and you hear you got to get this amount of bar to get into, like, be able to make a proposal, it's, they're like, what? But if you're in the crypto, right, you understand that every transaction on the blockchain requires crypto to move it. Just like if you drive cars, you understand it takes gas to go from point A to point B. So if I give you a ride in my car, either you're paying for it or I'm paying for it. And so that's how this space works. And so to be able to make a new proposal, yes, it's a value to be able to make a proposal. And so, anyways, all that to say is, I can do it in my thing internally, where I could tell all of the artists in the hip hop metaverse, hey, make a proposal, and then whoever makes the best proposal, I can pay for the fee of it. And now we just collectively made our pitch as the metaverse, because, or think, you know what I'm saying? Stuff like that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Done, Yeah. And
definitely.
And so with it, it'll make more sense to kind of, instead of just launching, our DAO, having your DAO come in and having this be the DAO, for the metaverse, for the moment, test it all out, have stuff going through it. And then once this is a functional situation, now we have a prototype that, we can help other people launch DAOs off of.
Man, you just made me think about something, bro. Because I was limited to bar when you was talking about them sending bar, but in all actuality, what we have is a Ethereum wallet address. And we can see the assets on any side of that DAO. All I got to do is I would probably keep it on the Binance Smart Chain, but even still, we could tell people they can. How would we see?
You have a bridge. You have multiple wallets.
Oh, yeah.
You just have them bridged all into one vault. Because here's the thing: you got to understand that, like the DAO who bought the Wu-Tang album, they just have a DAO like this, but the Wu-Tang album is in their DAO. Now it's not showing on the blockchain, but they have a whole system of how that's now, you know what I'm saying? And so, yes, everything that's already on the blockchain is easy to kind of put into this wallet. The hard stuff is figuring out how to, put the other stuff into the DAO. But the DAO, because it's a hip hop DAO, you could literally take a shirt, sign it casual, and now we got a signed casual shirt in the DAO. You feel what I'm saying?
I think you just NFT every real world item in order to put it in the DAO, so that it'll be listed under the assets right here. Like I could NFT some land into the DAO right now. If you just, you know what I'm saying? That'll be reading there. Oh, you know what? So I gotta test it. I presume that I sent I think I remember I sent the NFT to this address, bro, and it didn't show up. So I'm about to go look on Binance Scan.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Yeah.
See if it's an NFT in there. And if it is, that means that I shouldn't be. It says it's only one token, so maybe I didn't. How would I find an NFT? Because it wouldn't be a BEP.
Go to your wallet. Token. What you want to do is go to your wallet, okay? Because your wallet will show that NFT, and then you can follow where you sent that NFT. You feel me?
If I lost it, if I don't own it no more, like for some reason,
anywhere that you sent it, it's going to show where you sent it. You feel what I'm saying?
But my old ass MetaMask, bro, don't even show NFTs for
Listen,
some reason.
listen, listen. Copy your MetaMask wallet address. Copy your MetaMask wallet address.
Here we go. I got it right here.
Okay.
See, I found the transaction. Send
There you go.
IRO.
Perfect.
So when I sent the IRO, let's see.
No, go back to the transaction. Just click on
Send
the
IRO.
just click on it. Yeah.
Copy.
Go to the
View a
view
block.
block on Explorer. Yeah.
Okay. 42 days ago. Yep, I sent it, and look.
Where did it go to? Click
From
on the two.
BDB to all right. This is somebody I sent a different. I guess transaction ID C905 ain't the same wallet, so it might have been. This might have been sending a different one to a different person. But I will find that transaction.
Find it. See, here's the thing. If you just click on your wallet address, you can go through your wallet and see every transaction that you sent out of your wallet. So just start there. You know what I'm saying?
Just saying, I got a lot of transactions on my wallet, and the DAO works the same way, and don't it?
Right.
So if I do that with the DAO wallet, shouldn't it show me that too? It only should have 3 transactions.
If you ever sent it there. So what I'm trying to say is when I was because I'm sending out, I'm doing manual sends, and so I had to send one of the members in here. I sent him his coins on Ethereum, and then I sent him his coins on Matic. All fine. I sent him his coins on BNB. It never fucking got there. You know where I sent his coins on BNB? I sent it exactly right back to my own damn wallet. So when I went and checked it, I was able to see didn't get it because I sent it back to myself. So what I'm trying to say is a lot of the times it's user error. Yeah. You feel what I'm saying?
I'll try again, and if the NFT, I could just remint the NFT. I mean, I ain't tripping if it's lost in the air. But when I contacted them, they said, nah, I went right to their Telegram. They was like, what? NFT should show.
They
so
should.
maybe it was user error. I'm going to try it right now, dog. Look,
yeah.
Grab one of these. I got to go to hieroglyphics to see what NFTs are on.
It sounds like you back at the beginning of the conversation.
What's up, family? I ain't heard from you in a minute.
Shoot, man, I've been trying to get my stuff together, but now I'm finally where I need to be, back in the saddle.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. So everything that y'all said at the beginning when I first came on board and was all hype and was like, oh shit, it's about to go down. Now y'all saying it again. I just want to reiterate it, but it's saying it in a different way. Oh, NFTs, we got the fluid side of crypto, which is visible, the tokens, and then we got the non-fungible side, which everything is whole, the NFTs. So now everybody is clear on what is the most important part of it. After what y'all just said, which is to keep your eye on.
What's the most important?
Keep your eyes on those two functions because everything that crypto does is either divisible or non-divisible. This is the first conversation we had.
Everything is divisible or non-divisible. Are you saying that everything is either a token or NFT?
Exactly. And so when you start doing things in the crypto space, all you're really doing is assigning values either divisible or not.
So you got so you're right, but think about it like this more so tokens are ERC20 protocol. NFTs I think are ERC 750 something, and then you have ERC 1155s, which are the protocol that merges those two together, where you got NFTs and you got tokens, but then you have tokens that are also NFTs, and those are the 1155s.
Shoot, man, that's the problem that y'all be dealing with on this Ethereum side. You know, I don't be dealing with that shit. If you talking about the Bitcoin side, you don't.
That's not a problem. That's a solution, and yes, you do, because those are you have to. Why would you not?
All right, so it is simpler. It's easily done on that side. Now on this side, this shit can get confusing because everything you just said in between the point that I made is on this side. It's not everywhere. It's just on this side. You see what I'm saying? So the philosophy can get lost. Like a minute ago, somebody was talking about it was like I'm trying to figure out how to do this. And I was like, yeah, you need a tip bot. But y'all don't got tip bots on this side. You know what I'm saying?
What do you mean? Why do you
He was just saying
think
a minute
there
ago.
any?
He was just
Well,
saying, how do we get people to do the voting without going through this lengthy process on chain and through the DAO and this and that? It's called a tip bot. They're
No,
supposed
we
to
got
vote.
that. We was just talking about that. You didn't see the snapshot stuff, but I'll let you continue. But this whole stream has been about what you're talking about.
Right. So it'll be like I don't know if y'all familiar with Reddit, but it'll be like a post. Post is the content. In content, you got the part where you like it, thumb it up or thumb it down. But you got to pay crypto to use the tip bot. Whether you voting for it or against it, don't matter. It still costs to
we
do it.
we on the same page, and that is not something that's special to Bitcoin. So you just got to understand the there Bitcoin is no different than none of this stuff. Like all of this stuff is code, okay? So the code that Bitcoin was that they that created Bitcoin, they took that exact code and copied it. All of these other things are copies of Bitcoin. And so there is nothing specifically inherently special to Bitcoin that separates it from the others beyond it being first. You feel what I'm saying? So on a technological level, Bitcoin it does not have everything that Bitcoin has. The other things have, but it does not go back the same way. Bitcoin does not have everything that the other chains are working with, and so yes, Bitcoin does not have these problems because you don't have problems with your apps on with your apps on your cell phone if you got a landline. You feel what I'm saying? So
I
Bitcoin
feel what you
has
the way that you put it together was like a puzzle. Y'all know I ain't finna argue with mental stamina because the first name is mental, and I ain't trying to go down Alice in Wonderland. But but I'm just saying that the reason why it's hard to follow the philosophy, principle,
All
and
right.
you can get off track on the Ethereum and finance and all that because it's so much complexity. It does so much more. You lose what the hell you even supposed to be trying to do. That was my point.
and
So we
that is
came
that
back
is
to the
correct.
point,
I'll agree with that one.
got back to where we supposed to be.
Yeah, it didn't show up, bro. I just sent another. I mean, I know it's
What
supposed
you
to take
mean?
longer than
Hold
that.
on. What
The
didn't show
NFT
up?
didn't show up. Remember, I sent this NFT. Look, it's owned by the DAO right now. This is the DAO address right here.
Right.
So now I have no control over this NFT anymore. But when I go to the DAO, it's not in the assets.
So let's slow down.
Oh
Let's
yeah, that's right.
let's
Stop that.
because we can go to the block explorer and look at your where it came from and where it's going to. You feel what I'm saying? And you always got to remember that just because it doesn't show in XDAO does not mean that it's not there. Because if you sent it to your wallet on the blockchain, it's in that wallet on the blockchain. XDAO is trying to read from the wallet. You feel what I'm saying?
Right.
So let's check the source first. Now, if we check the source and it says we sent it from one place to another, like that's where it is. It's at that other place. Now you just gotta like if I send a coin to a wallet and I check that wallet and I don't see the coins, I could panic, but I could also remember, hey, I gotta add this coin to the wallet. So
Yeah,
just
that's
it'll
right.
show.
Oh, yeah. I'm pulling it up, but this should just be crazy. And it just happened a minute ago with the yeah, you're right. But I'm not.
That brings us back to that conversation we was having. You know, that chain issue that he just eloquently pointed out. It's merely just the fact there isn't a portal for you to look at it. You can take a average website developer, or you could get one of these developers to open up you a portal to see what's on that chain. This is what the reason why this stuff is so crazy right now with all this new technology is because everyone is just now figuring this out. That, oh shit,
Imperial.
I could create an app that translate what's happening in the complex world to a simple function that anyone who can click a mouse can understand. That's why this shit is going crazy right now. Everybody figuring that out. You see?
I'm trying to
Imperial.
figure out what just happened because this wallet address that say two ain't the two address. See, I just pulled up the transaction details. Look, this ain't where I sent it. It say from. That's where I sent it from. But two, this ain't the dial. So this is the actual. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, click on that address.
And then I come here. It say this is the. All right. So for some reason, this is the Hiro coin. That's the actual token address. I didn't send it to the token address. I know for a fact I just sent it to. I sent it to the dial. All right, because we could come in here and look at the transaction and see in the transaction. Yeah, to the dart bar. Look, from BDB to the bar dial. So that's the same place I was sending the coins. So I don't know. I'll figure it out. But as for now, I don't have a safe way to put NFTs into the DAO, at least using that wallet. If we're
Yeah,
going
at
to,
least
yeah,
using that
yeah,
wallet. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? So
yeah.
maybe that wallet is not the best solution for NFT storage. You know what I'm
But
saying?
they advertise it like it is, so I have to ask them
Yeah,
what's going on.
go down the rabbit hole. But at least we have a better idea where things are going. You know what I'm saying? It's going. They went to your contract address, so they technically are they. Does that mean they're burned or you know what I'm saying? I don't know.
Yeah, well, that one, and well, see, how will I be able to control it now? So I would
You
have to
can't.
log into High Road to control it. See, when I sent it to Gnasafe, it transferred all the rights. So if I go to these NFTs, I can send you these NFTs. See, here go one I sent to Gnasafe to test it out. If y'all following my screen, I keep saying Gnas. Knox is safe or whatever to test it out, and it worked perfectly. And it says two NFTs are in here. One of them that I sent was one I just made for like rights. I was like, and then the other one was the actual Hyro head number 91. So I could send this to the other DAO right now, and it ain't gonna show up. So I wouldn't do that, but I do know we have a safe public place that stores the NFTs, but if I take this address right here, copy clipboard, and pop it in the Safe Shop, we're gonna be right back at square one with SafeStap not displaying to people that those NFTs are there. You feel me? So I mean, it's just a workaround, but I mean, it's just a work through. And here go the documentation. I need to dive further into the SafeSnap documentation about
Wow.
treasury.
So what was that at where you was looking at the NFT? It had a
Oh, right
thumbnail.
here. This is basically is a multi-user wallet that can just serve as a DAO because all it is a smart contract and people put different graphic user interfaces on them. You see what I'm saying? But normally, if you got a multi-user wallet that takes a quorum in order to be able to make a transaction, then in a sense you got the baseline template for a DAO. So some people use just a safe like this with a you go into the apps and you attach a certain app to it called the Zodiac, and it gives you everything a DAO got. So look, With the Zodiac, the reality module enables on chain execution based on the outcome of events reported by the reality ETH Oracle. So the reality ETH Oracle is set up to your SafeSnap page. And so basically, it will execute those votes on chain. It got all kind of stuff it could do. So this is why I recommend either Gnosis Safe or XDAO, and we're talking about the differences and problems with the two right now.
That place where you went, where we could actually see the NFT sitting on it, it had a thumbnail.
Yeah,
You could
it's
see
right. It
that was
was
NFT right there.
yeah. So you see, it
So that,
says, go ahead.
go ahead, I'm looking.
You see, it says tokens and then NFTs. Right here, I'm hovering over NFTs. If I click
All
on the
right.
NFTs, it actually takes you to the NFTs that you have inside of that multi-user wallet, so to speak. So in theory, I'm going to have our whole collection in here. Not in theory, but once I get the time to make all of those like 1,000 transactions, there will be the remainder amount of the NFTs will be sitting in the DAO for us to collectively say how to distribute them with a proposal. So whoever write the next best proposal about the NFTs, if everybody vote on that, that's what will happen with them. Someone will say, yo, let's only do 200 and burn the rest. And if that's what we vote, then the rest is burnt, which would bring more value to the ones that we got left over. And so, yeah, it's right here.
See, there's a whole damn chunk of shit missing what you just showed me. And it's like a long ass conversation.
Yeah, I
I'm gonna
know.
try to see if I can shorten it down to like a simple,
Can you
simple
can you drop
dialogue.
the Imperial real quick? Can you drop the link to this portal you're talking about in like the Minds Team chat or something, so we can?
You mean a portal is an
You were talking
entryway,
about. Okay.
into
Mm-hmm.
another world or a gateway. Anybody can take a Web 2 application, such as how Mental knows how to work, do code, create chassis of a website, and then put a wallet, which is the actual blockchain, on top of Web 2, to create what you call a portal that's on top of a Web 2, but it's Web 3. See what I'm saying? Which
Mm-hmm.
herein lies the crux of not having all of the pieces in one place, because you can get confused and lose sight of what the technology was even meant to do. And so, while I said it could be a long conversation, I'm gonna shorten it. The whole magic trick, if we will use that word, is to not just have the NFTs and the rest of your configuration, which I'm not gonna get into, but also has to be where everyone else can see that you have it. And you even said it earlier when you was talking about the token value didn't populate, and that's what OpenSea portal does. You now have to duplicate the magic of OpenSea, that the value of your project is intact, dealing with the whole world. So,
Yeah.
so
Uh,
that wallet you just showed us, I don't know if it's gonna work there. If it's
Oh,
in your
oh,
wallet,
okay.
no one can get to your wallet without asking you to do it.
No, no, let me
How they
show
go?
you. Let me show you. That's what I'm saying. So the reason why I was explaining this is why I came to this part. You see right here where it say, look, spending limit. It says you can set rules for specific beneficiaries to access funds from this safe. So it's called a safe and not a wallet for that reason. To access funds from this safe without having to collect all signatures. So if I put a spending limit on somebody, they can access the funds that's in here without getting the signatures of all of these people. And so again, this is the safe owners who own the safe. if you want to add a new owner, now it's just like a DAO. So if I put 10 people in here, they're going to ask me, how many of those 10 people do you need? Look, it says required confirmations. Any transaction requires the confirmations of, right now it's one of one owners because it's just me, because I'm on some liability shit. On some, I don't want to start doing nothing that I don't all the way know. Like, I know I could be accountable for this, and so I don't want to step into that part of it yet. But everything is there. Spending limit. You can go and set basically the majority of protocols for group governance, but the voting part isn't here. So this is just a safe. So you take this safe and attach it to SafeSnap, and now you got the front end voting apparatus for people to, you know what I mean, interact with that wallet without really doing technical stuff.
Yeah, that's that Voltron shit. And know, I'm glad you showed that because it shows that we all know exactly what's going on. You got so much happening at once, you can easily get detached from your subconscious conscious while you doing this. It's like being on stage. You forget your damn lyrics. Shit, you in the middle of the energy and all of the stuff going on with the crowd and the techniques, the pyrotechnics. You can't even remember what your chorus is. You like, hold on, I'm supposed to be rapping shit. Uh, you know what I'm saying? So I feel you.
Oh
And
man,
look,
if you ain't, if I just feel like blocking somebody out the chat just on the GP. They don't know how I get down. If we up here distributing valuable information and you got something to say that ain't cool, you gonna get blocked from my whole entire page, even if you like me for rapping.
Yo,
You feel
Imperio,
me?
just drop that link in the Minds Team chat. It's a locked link, okay? If you could do
I
that, be very helpful.
what you
I just
looking
hid
for,
dude
man?
on my channel forever. So even if you like, I didn't mean to. If you ain't rocking with what I'm doing right here, I ain't with you, man. I don't care. People who only like you for your music and not for what you're doing is really using you. That's how the fuck I look at that shit.
That's an interesting perspective. I look at it. I definitely have a separation of church and state because I can, I can listen to somebody and like their music and not like them at all, and I can listen to somebody and not like their music but like them. You
But
know what I'm
like
saying?
them, yeah. But like your
Yeah,
music is trash. Don't be like, but you the homie though.
yeah, you know.
uh, well, I was kind of like, I feel what you're saying, and I kind of was just giving a little quick outburst that didn't really need to make hella sense. I just was venting. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't really like building on that. That ain't really my take, so to speak. But where are we now?
I think Krem asked for the link. Krem, if you check your Twitter, I sent out a tweet and already tagged you in it.
Oh, I was talking about the port. This link. He's talking about a turnkey situation. That was what I was addressing.
Oh, okay.
I'm about to mute for a minute and go get some refreshments, but I'm
Coolio.
So the portal is whatever you make. I mean, Rocket can create the portal. Anybody who knows the uh, the order of specifically what it is you're trying to do with your contract, and then the non-fungible and fungible aspect of your actual what you call it, they can create a portal to that. You just need to know how to create a Web 2 and then put it Web 3 over it, a mask. You know what I'm saying? So I wasn't
Uh,
speaking of a specific portal. I was saying you have to portal people into whatever it is you have that's valuable,
My
like
apologies. I thought
marketing.
you were talking about like a emblem.finance vault or something of that sort.
Oh, emblem.finance is the ultimate portal that you
Yeah,
bringing up.
I know. You've told me, but I haven't seen the links. You know, so it's like
Oh well, you
You,
didn't
you
ask me for the emblem. What you call it? That's on Twitter. I'll send you the Twitter link.
oh, okay,
I already let
okay.
everybody know that Kane, you know what I'm saying, pretty much found the key and the lock. And we talked about that a couple weeks ago.
Piece to
Yeah,
pin
you're on
Mayfield.
the right page.
Yeah, I mean, join coin, branding, just keep it on brand type thing. I think that's where casual was going with that.
Yeah, definitely. And but in the overall conversation, that's why it's good to slow down, even myself, and really listen to what Mental is saying, because he's already talking about that. When he talked about the metaverse, bringing everybody there, and he's showing you what he's going to do with that. That's keeping an eye on who's being portal from where to where.
And also, just be careful too, when you simplify uh, porting into Web3, like from Web 2 to Web 3, like it's a simple port. Like sometimes, you're able to port straight from Web 2 to Web 3, but the difference of Web 3 to Web 2 is philosophic on a lot of levels. So if you're using the same, if you're just porting straight over, you can miss a lot. Is all that I'm saying. It's like I was talking earlier when I was on the Twitter Spaces. I was saying that artists people in the music industry are having a lot of problems entering this NFT space because all they're doing really is trying to port with their port from 2 to 3, as opposed to trying to innovate from 2 to 3. You feel what I'm saying? It's like if you go from selling CDs to selling MP3s, and your hustle didn't evolve, you just kind of ported it over, you're not really going to be that efficient. You got to adapt to this new culture, find the what can be exploited. This new technology creates new points that can be leveraged. And so if you just port over, you ignore that. You got to reanalyze the situation and innovate as you port over, you know.
A good example, because they still trying to sell CDs versus selling access to them. Just the point of having them.
You said who?
They're still trying to sell CDs,
Who?
which people that are in your example,
Oh, okay.
um, versus trying to sell access.
Right. Now, you got to remember, by giving someone a CD, that is still access. You have access to that CD. You know what I'm saying? So it's levels to it. It's not saying stop the old ways. It's just saying, hey, you've already been offering this. Now you have this new way to deliver this. If all you're doing is just taking this and putting it in this box, fine, it'll work. But if you realize that not only can you just put it in this box, but if you plug this in here and plug this in here and turn this and this, now it works like this. And now these things are it's a whole different interaction. It's not just carrying it, they are symbiotic entities now. And so it's about weaving them together so that they coexist.
And so if I was to put people in that XDAO with the governance token, that's the real manipulation. Like they could really, that's when people could get you. So I had to have a little step. You feel me? Because it could be like 10, because our numbers are too low. You see what I'm saying? And if it take a 51% car, suppose 10 of us got in it right now. You trying to tell me one of the 5 people wouldn't be like, hey, bro, we vote to take the bread out. It's just going to come out. You know what I'm saying? So I'm trying to avoid all of that. Really, what avoids that the most is getting your numbers up. Once you into the thousands, like all those other DAOs with 30,000, 40,000, it's hard to manipulate. You know what I'm saying? Ooh,
Shit, where were we?
Manipulation of DAOs is what he just said.
Okay, I couldn't hear for a bit.
I was just trying to make sure we're not getting, exploited at an early number. That's all. Like 20 people in the DAO and we voting on proposals and shit. That's
Okay,
easy to exploit.
okay.
But is it really? Let's think about it. So if you got 20 people in a DAO and you need 51% consensus, you need 11 of those 20 people to agree on something. It's a, you know what I'm saying? If all
Well, yeah,
11 of those people agree, then they're not really manipulating it. They're
I didn't mean that. I meant that if you got KYC, then everything you're saying is 100% correct. But that could, in theory, be one person with 10 wallets. All it takes is different
exactly
mathematical
right.
wallets. That's what I was saying about manipulation.
Of course, yes.
So a person would be less inspired to have
He Matrix.
Yeah, you're in the Matrix, Kaz. But again, talking DAOs and kind of placement and access, like we in these early stages, it does require us doing some level of KYC and moderation to prevent that type of manipulation,
Yeah, and that's why the email thing comes in really handy. Email and IP address if we want to, because you got certain video games that don't want you to have multiple accounts either, and they got a way to police that. So if we tie that into Web 3.0, it seems advantageous.
Hey, what's KYC?
know your customer, pretty much like doxing.
Long now, but anybody over you send over $600, you gotta have their information.
Anybody who sends over $600, you got to have their information. Is that what you said?
Yep. For the end of the year, to show where your money went. So at the end of the year, you can't just be like, "Oh, we did this." You got to actually W-9 those people. So that's going to require KYC.
And I'm assuming you're able to claim losses. Or no?
If you lose, hell yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if I answered your last question correctly, probably because I was unclear on it. But so I should take back what I said. Could you rephrase it? Like claim losses?
Yeah, like in a fiscal year, it's been limited to 600 without the W-9 form. Say, you're an investor in the Dow and you say 500 US, fiat. And
Oh no, that's not. I don't got no knowledge on that. I was speaking about the DAO's fiscal responsibilities to the government, not each person's individual responsibility. That is personal. I was speaking
personal
particularly
choice.
about. Yeah, that's everyone's personal. However, they handle their But in theory, I don't. This isn't being set up in that in the way to avoid.
Matrix.
I'm getting Matrix.
You're in the Matrix big time, casual. Big Matrix.
My bad.
I text him
I'm gonna pause for a minute. Can y'all hear me?
It's a little better, but a little spotty.
I hear you fine. It
I'll wait.
sounds good.
Okay.
I'll wait a minute.
Sometimes it helps to just leave the room and then re-enter it immediately.
Mic check 1 2.
Gucci.
Okay, so I was saying it's very wise to avoid a lot of the terminology that former DAOs have been using, particularly if we're not a traditional DAO, we're not paying an APY and all of these things that would put us in the financial sector of, you know what I'm saying, the things that you discussed about claiming losses or what have you. For instance, a contribution. Well, you should look at our new protocol in the way crowdfunding 3.0. Basically, what we're doing is, am I clear? I mean, is my voice clear?
No, more than clear.
Okay, so yeah, I'm saying like Web 3.0 crowdfunding in the sense that if someone wanted to, let's take our proposals and just plug it into the Kickstarter platform. We all familiar with Kickstarter, right?
Yeah, that's crowdfunding.
Well, yeah, exactly. Well, it would be the same thing, except in our instance, for your contribution fee, you're not contributing to help fund these projects. You're not receiving a T-shirt or trinket or something. You're more or less receiving royalties from the creation of that project. So again, we're asking anyone who applies for a grant to consider what portion of their intellectual property that they're going to commit back to the collective in the form of a royalty, obviously. So say somebody just got a song sitting around on their hard drive not doing nothing, and they like, yo, I got a proposal to take $1,000 to put this on the hot Spotify playlist, and I'll give back 5% of the royalties. If the community approves that, then A, we're not dealing with dividends. We're not dealing with a stock, what have you, or anything. We're simply dealing with a crowdfunding contribution that allowed people to collect a royalty off of intellectual property. You see what I'm saying? And so this is different than our traditional DAO because we know DAOs pay APYs on different tokens. All we're using is the smart contract protocol in order to use community governance, but in a whole, in a sort of like a, and it's not decentralized because I have to govern over things and be accountable. So it's just like a different protocol.
Okay. I'm just checking DMs, chats, and stuff, and basically speaking on behalf of your audience, asking questions. So someone wanted to know that.
Yeah, we still here. Just so you know, took a breather. I was setting up an our stream, so I got it. Oh, hold on. Oh, you already streaming? You was on StreamYard?
You want to tell people where to join in case they want to contribute to the chat if they're in the YouTube world?
Now, what he was saying was, I sent out a tweet to the YouTube page.
Everyone clear on how royalties are different than the traditional payout that comes from a DAO? You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely. That's I think like what you're doing is you're doing it the kind of in a good way. So what you're doing is kind of the best of both worlds, where I was saying people are coming in and trying to force the old way, force the new way to be like the old way. And what you're doing is you found uh, a way that they were attacking the new way. And you said, hey, y'all attacking the new way. So hold on, let me just do it the old way in this part. And you took a complexity out from Web3, replaced it from an old model, put that in. And because it's just also the reason, the motivation for the royalties is also different. So a lot of the things like with their the dividends they were paying out was to encourage people to put stuff in the liquidity pools. So the APY that they're sending back is to encourage you to put your money in a liquidity pool and keep it there. Now with this, it's a little different because you're not getting this automated payment specified on like a time. Royalties are dependent on like what's produced. And so you're not going to get a return of the X amount, but you can get a return that is beneficial. And it can be relative to each different artist and each different project, and so it's like a negotiation as a part of this flat thing that's built into the protocol. So I think it's smart doing it like that, and I think it, you know, uh, yeah, you of course you need a centralized way to track all of those things and be able to dump that money back into the protocol where necessary. But I think
Yeah.
because it saves you in some areas, it's really smart.
I let the stream, Discord had paused the stream when I went to my basement and was talking from my other phone. And so we probably lost some viewership, but it don't matter. A few people still out there, and they probably gonna come back. But I didn't know that had happened though. When I came back to my computer, Discord was on pause. Like, are you still there?
Yeah, I was looking at it like, what's going on? I was trying to
Yeah,
figure out what was happening.
yeah. It wasn't showing it wasn't playing no audio either, huh? It was. Oh yeah, that's yeah.
Yeah, it stopped.
No, well, it's all good. People will see that it's back on and roll back through. But it's good, man. I'm glad that y'all, still got man, it be crickets over there when I be trying to get something done. So I'm glad y'all still got the core group here. I want to. What's the next event in the crypto voxels?
Possible, yes. Now the thing about trying to broadcast like live music shows is like the audio will probably sound horrible coming through the.
That's the really only workaround to it.
I think you're correct. I think we may be to now that I think about it. Because last time we were able to plug into it. So yeah, we may actually be able to plug into the board, and if we are able to, we could be able to pull it off. So we'll try that. But technically, the next event in the parcel is going to be Monday. Every Monday we do a talk show. This one it'll be 4th of July. So I'll be in there. And we'll figure it all out. But yeah, every Monday we're doing something in there, and then like yesterday there was a freestyle cipher, so we kind of piggybacked and played that in the metaverse. One of the guys who was in there last night, as I was onboarding him and making his trading card, I found out that he also has he throws a freestyle cipher in the metaverse every Friday, and he does his Insomnium space. So I might actually hit him up real quick and see if I can get a link, because he may pop over there and be in there tonight. But the vision is that it's something going on in the metaverse pretty much every night. So we're gonna try to stream more and also be in there more.
So for the viewership, it's viewed as like the cross branding. You got to pollinate, communicate with each other.
I seen your chest rating about hella high, bro. You was like 1,500. I accepted your request on chess.com.
Oh yeah, I saw you playing on your thing, and I was inspired because I've been trying to figure out how to just start getting on StreamYard and be on there by myself and just be playing chess and be in my own world.
Yeah, but you be playing them long ass games, and so my history, I looked at a couple of
You
your
ain't
games
say
that
no
you be.
long.
It said
Oh
it
yo,
said like 14 days.
oh, cause that's this dude that I met when I was going to when I did my show in Philly, and when I was on the way to Philly, I'm sitting there playing speed chess, and I look over and he playing chess, and so he been whooping my ass for the last 2 months in this motherfucker. But he the only person I play long games with. I play 1 minute speed chess traditionally.
I do
So
10 minutes. I ain't good at blitz. I mean, my blitz rating is hella low. You feel me? But I'm trying to get back there. But all people who don't really study chess are probably rated under 1,500. Like if you study in 1,200, I'm an average. Like a neophyte. But I still be beating the average motherfucker who ain't into it. You know what I'm saying?
I don't
So
study it. Like I don't know no openings. I don't know nothing. I just have lost enough games where I just be like, all right, this how I move. But like I said, the dude I just met on the train, he in his 2000s, so he just be manhandling me. Every game I'm thinking I'm doing something, and it's so frustrating. And so it takes about a good 2 weeks to catch an L from him playing these long games. But usually I don't I play 1 minute games, so I'm usually
Yeah.
But we can get
Y'all
one
on the
whenever.
chess.com?
Yeah, we on
Chess.com.
chess.com. Yeah,
Yeah, I'll be on
chess.com.
there too. That's what we need. I
Okay.
need to get with y'all on that. But I
I'm
love chess.
Smash. I'm Smash Rockwell on there.
Yeah. So that's
Yeah, I
my
like that.
that's the club I'm trying to make is chess, crypto, and coding. You know what I'm
Mm,
saying? Chess, crypto, coding club.
mm.
We
With
fill
that.
that up with young black youth. Had
Mhm.
them all learning chess, crypto, and coding. While they're in elementary school, they all millionaires by the time they graduate.
Yo, Ty, we had like a speed chess champion in here. I don't know if you remember him. Was this that cat? Because I believe he was from Philly. He was holding he wanted to NFT his chessboard he'd won. Something like that. I'm wondering if it's him. Is he
I got
the
Champion,
no.
but that ain't me.
that ain't no, not you.
I'm the Hip Hop Chess Federation first year champion. You guys familiar with the Hip Hop Chess Federation?
I
Yeah.
remember that was about 10, 15 years ago when I was seeing all that pop up. The hip hop HHCF.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that wasn't. I mean, I got beat the next year by RZA. On top of that, yo.
Yeah. Yeah, I've always wanted to
Oh
play
man.
RZA. My little like local like in DC is this cat and like uh we was both throwing like every week we was throwing a hip hop show and we was at the same venue but it was two levels so we on both levels throwing our show but then we also both rap and then we also both played chess so he became my rival and we used to just go we used to go to war and just set up the chessboard and play outside but yeah, long story short, he went to Rock the Bells and he was playing RZA in chess, and I'm just like, motherfucker, that's always wanted to play RZA in chess, man. That's a
You know what? I got nervous. I'm hella mad because it was the championship round, and when I sat down with RZA, I kind of got, that was my first time meeting him, so I was like on my hip hop shit. I made bad chess moves just on some starstruck. Like, you feel me?
That's
I
hilarious.
was thinking about hip
I'm hip.
hop, and I
Yo.
wasn't thinking about chess. And I sat down like, yo, I'm about to play RZA. I'm about to serve RZA. When I'm sitting there thinking about songs and stuff to talk about, and my opening was so bad that they actually looked at me like, "That's your opening." Like I was like, "Oh man," they kind of embarrassed me. He served me good. Like it was one of them foot on your necks where he never let up and just made me in probably about 15 moves.
Do you remember what you started with? The
I
horse
do
or
not remember, but I know my opening that I messed up. I was trying to see. I just was puzzled, and I came with a white opening, but I was black. You feel me? And so I was like, oh, like I had pushed up. I was like, what did you do that for? And so then I was completely lost after my first move because I really play the same type of French defense all the time. You know what I'm saying?
so yeah, you had the first move and you just fucked it up from jump.
Yeah,
Yo,
my first
that,
move as black. Yeah,
that's a classic story right there. Shit.
yeah. So he took the belt. He took the belt.
But yo, you got to play chess with RZA. I mean, that had to have felt good. But
Yeah,
then,
hell yeah.
Shit. RZA got to play chess with casual. Shit.
You know what? I beat his
it is
boy
what it
too.
is.
That's what made him mad. I beat his boy Monk in order to
Oh,
get to
you
the
beat Monk?
final round. And Monk was supposed to be raw. I put hands on Monk. You feel me? But when I got to RZA, he represented for the crew though. Shout out to Monk and RZA.
Definitely. Shout out to the entire clan. Have you heard that second generation stuff?
I got
Yeah.
checklists. RZA on my checklist. One day.
Yeah, I have not heard it. I don't think second generation.
They're pretty talented kids, man.
All right, I'm back. Yeah, Cream. I saw if you on the finance tip, um that's definitely somebody got to be on it anyway. I'm glad to hear that. Um, but I was saying that um everybody ought to check out the moves that your man's what's his name just made. Hold on a second. I'm trying to remember his name. It was in my head. It's a minute ago. It's a reason why you should be on that dot finance. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
It gets lost in the sauce. But if you want
No,
to build on that,
it looks cool. Yeah, it definitely looked interesting.
I don't know what you mean. What you talking about? The dot finance? What dot finance?
He's talking about that emblem vault. We were with Ian Francis.
who it
Anyway,
was. It was Francis.
Sage Martial Arts. He goes by now.
Yeah, it was
Anyway,
Francis.
he he told me you had told him something had a screen up and it looked interesting. Yeah, but I don't think we have time for rabbit holes right now. We broadcasting, so if you drop that link, I appreciate it because I can't seem to find it. I have it somewhere. I'll find it.
I'm gonna send you this junk that I sent Mental about the chess move that I said was quite possibly the dopest move of the year when it comes to like NFTs and crypto. Um, but it's on Twitter. It's the interview that Kane did with got the name of that channel.
Are we talking about the chess or the emblem vault? I'm confused.
Yeah, he went into detail about reason why he dropped the NFTs um on Bitcoin and what was the
Yeah,
deal
yeah,
with Emblem.
yeah. Just at Kramer or something. Yeah.
Send me a message. I'll send it to you right quick. I already sent it to a couple people.
All right.
I play this MMORPG football game. It's a football simulator called Goal Line Blitz. Man, that shit addictive. I've been playing for like 10 years since I stopped playing Madden because I
Yo,
ain't got time to actually pick up the sticks no more. And so this is a strategy game. You don't actually play it. You just put your plays in and the other team put their plays in and then it simulates at a certain time.
that's crazy. I subscribed like 2 months ago. I heard somebody else mention it, and that shit's addictive as hell. But it's different type strategy, like you said.
Oh yeah, I'm on there tough. I'm a two-time
Oh,
champ. I mean, I won 3 championships in 10 years, so that's about how addictive it is, man. I mean,
Which
how
what
tough.
strategy game you're talking about?
It's it's like basically like you're a football coach online, but all the people are real. It's an MMORPG. It's called Goal Line Blitz. You don't really play the game; you just simulate it. But you pick your plays, and but all of the characters are real humans in real life. So your wide receiver might be somebody living in New York. Man, that shit crazy. But I mean, I ain't trying to throw us off on a tangent.
Nah, that
So,
sounds relevant to what's being built
yeah,
here.
because that type of stuff's gonna be played in the metaverse. So
what about games? What about NFT games? Have you guys went? I mean, I know you. I'm talking to the wrong person to ask. Have y'all went down that rabbit hole? But as far as producing, at least like NFT matching games and stuff like that, have y'all looked into how easy it is or how hard it is to produce those type of games?
I've been down the rabbit hole on many types of games because the vision for what I'm doing in the hip hop metaverse is I'm building the assets, and then the assets are going to be playable in multiple ways. So we're going to, yes, matching games, definitely, but then, take things like I Declare War, where you can kind of, so I have ideas for kind of making my own custom games where you can take different things based on their meta values and stuff. But matching games, also looking at stuff like Monopoly, where you can just swap out already existing mechanics and just replace the assets. So definitely lots of different ways we could, kind of play with all of that. But matching is kind of like Go Fish, the simplest kind of way to approach it. But bingo is an iteration of matching that I was, a rabbit hole I've been, definitely considering because
with NFTs.
Yeah.
That's
Like,
cool.
so think about the trading cards that I have. And so, like, imagine if your wallet, if the card says, hey, today we called out Casual, tomorrow we called out Micah 9, then we called out LA Cool, and then blah, 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 blah. And now, after doing this, calling out one card every day, for 2 weeks, now somebody goes, bingo, and the blockchain has proof of everything that was called out, and their card can now validate, their NFTs. And so, boom, now we can prove they're the winner and all of those types of things. So, yeah, this bingo is just a matching game. It's just a long, drawn out matching. But I know you were thinking about having a bunch of tiles and then you just flip over 2 tiles, and if they match, cool. But bingo is pretty similar mechanics.
Yeah, because that sound heck easy, and I've seen some of those games already.
Mhm.
Not the bingo, but the matching.
Yeah.
An audience, he did say Mike and 9. Look him up sometime. Legendary artist.
And so here's another thing for the DAO. Just think about, you can put Hyro heads in there, but you could also be putting casual acapellas in there.
Yeah, all of that is going to be a part of it. I thought about that as well. More, I've been thinking about NFTs with intellectual property rights. You know what I'm saying? Like if somebody owns, so if you make an NFT with intellectual property rights and then you put it in the DAO, essentially the DAO owns those rights.
Mm-hmm.
And can choose how to so do with them. So you guys familiar with royalty exchange or what have you?
Probably not as familiar as you are, but I think kind
Am
of
I
get the
still
concept
sharing?
from hearing it.
Am I still sharing my screen? I hope not.
No,
I don't
no,
think so.
you're not.
Okay. Well, royalty exchange is a place where anyone can go to buy artist royalties. And my whole goal is once we get our paper up, we shouldn't even just be focusing on ourselves. Like we could straight go buy some Cardi B royalties, which will promise passive income for years. You see
Right,
what I'm saying?
but here's the thing. I guess what I'm trying to say is that uh, if like think about this. Okay, yeah, we could buy a Cardi B piece of property, but if Cardi B was starting the same thing, Cardi B wouldn't have to buy Cardi B stuff because she's Cardi B. And so what I'm saying to you is you don't have to buy hieroglyphic stuff because you're hieroglyphic. You know what I'm saying? Um, and so the value we can say is relative, but what I'm saying is you can out of thin air add value to the vault. And
Well, with
so
the permission of the crew, and that becomes a more well, when you got
you can
intellectual
start
property.
solo. You can start just with your own stuff. It doesn't have to. I'm saying you can take 10 casual acapellas and put those 10 verses inside the vault, and you just created a ton of value
Do that
for the
right
DAO.
now, bro. Say I want, I'll do that right now. I got verses.
So think about this, right? This
Mhm.
is how like
I'm about to do it.
I wanted to, start making. Uh, I have one of my things is a non fungible tape. You know what I'm saying? Instead of a non fungible token, we got non fungible tapes. So these are the new mixtapes. Now think about if you drop the mixtape, you would take those 10 casual verses, and you might get 10 verses from your homies, and then 10 beats, and you put those together, and now you got 10 songs, and you just put out a mixtape. But this is an NFT tape. So instead of if you got 10 of your own verses, instead of taking 10 verses from homies and 10 beats and turning those into 10 static songs, you take your 10 verses, and then you allow other people with Hyro or part of the DAO or the hip hop metaverse, however it's fashioned, to be able to uh, take those 10 verses, and then they lay down 10 verses, and or put 10 beats behind it, and
Man,
now they submit it to the DAO. And so once somebody else gives you 10 verses, and now you got your 10 verses, their 10 verses, now that can be you can mix and match, because all you got to do is just know that this song is this BPM, this song is this BPM. So all it is the song is just a BPM. You can match the beat and the verse to it as long as they're recorded to that same BPM. So what that said is, if you make let's say song number one, you did it to 87 BPMs. So now we can put it out there, and we ask 100 producers to make a beat that's at 87 BPMs. Or we could always just have a database of beats, and we just tag them all based on their BPM. So now we got, these 60 beats that are 87 BPMs. And now we have uh, these verses that are all, and now we can now, the same way you like you make board apes, throw all of these assets into a minting engine, and then it makes all of these different varieties, the possibilities of it. You can do the same thing with the verse, I mean the acapellas and the beats, and just now make all of these custom songs from da 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 da. And so you can power it yourself with casual verses. And then we do this global remix contest. So we say, hey, we got 10 casual verses, we need beats that is this BPM, and then we tell everybody, hey, write a verse. Here's the verse to start. And now we have this like collective thing where everybody's building onto this song, and you just made like the genesis layers of it. So for me, that has value, because you're casual. You don't really, you know, you're not forced to sit back and go, "Oh, I'm casual. This is valuable." You know what I'm saying? Because to you, it's just you. But yeah, for your DAO, that's the most important thing you can do, is inject yourself into it.
mhm. Yeah, that's good. Good to hear.
That's brilliant. Y'all got bars, you got beats,
Did y'all
you
hear
got
that music?
verses.
Did y'all hear that music when I just played it?
No, I don't hear no music.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
I
I'm
hear it
about
now.
to,
I had to click on your thing.
so I'm gonna
I think
take this verse
I
and
hear it
and
now. I heard it.
I'm about to NFT it right now, and just not the beat, because it's just a little filler beat that I made just to be rapping to at the house, right? But the bars is my traditional bars. Uh, off of the impetus of what we've been talking about for so long and what you just recommended, I'm about to take this verse and just put it in the dial. Now, the funny part about what you said is about putting like 10 verses in there. The cold part is when people hit you for a feature. See, this is how you can really freak it. You can put the verses in the dial at a certain value, like this NFT is worth this much, because I would never sell a verse for under this amount. You see what I'm saying? and then refer people who want a verse. Now, if next person hit me want a verse, bow, here go 10 to listen through. And if the people have bought those in the community already or wherever, if they're the owner of that NFT, then you got to refer to this person because he got one that got the rights that you could get at. You know what I'm saying?
16 bars is gonna increase in value every time somebody buy it, even if it's the same 16 bar.
Exactly.
So I was thinking exclusive rights. Like if one
No,
person,
you don't. The
you can't sell
exclusivity
the
is.
same verse over and over though.
See,
T,
you
then
thinking
you got to refer to this
you're not
person.
embracing Web 3 right now, my dude. Still in Web 2 with that talk.
Tell me about it.
How you gonna tell me? How you gonna tell me I can't sell the same verse over and over if I got multiple buyers?
I mean, I feel that, but I mean, that's kind of crazy. Now, I know, because you know what
That's
I
the
am?
whole
I'm just
point.
old
That is
school, bro.
crazy. And I know that's why I'm trying to break
That's
you
the
out of
whole
that.
point
And
of
that
what he
has to
was saying.
happen every revolution. To go onto the internet, I had to break everybody coming from pre-internet entering the internet like this was military style boot camp. You got to forget
Same
what you
verse,
know.
though, bro. Think about that, really, though. People would get on my head, bro. Like, because if the first
Nobody
person uses,
worries. You gotta stop. You missing it. You because you missing it right now. You're not selling the verse. See, what you did was you took my model and then you applied like the old perception of it to it of selling a verse.
same
So
verse, though, bro.
you're
Think
not
about that,
selling a
really.
verse. This verse is once you put it in here, this is the Dow's verse. You feel what I'm saying? Now you don't want to sell that to anybody because the DAO owns it. Now the DAO has the Mona Lisa in the DAO, and the DAO says, hey, you can come and you can take a picture of the Mona Lisa and you can take a selfie with the Mona Lisa and you can do whatever you want to do with the Mona Lisa, but don't touch my Mona Lisa. And
Here's the
so
question: Is it 10?
uh-huh.
Is one Mona Lisa, though? This is what I'm saying.
So with that, break that down. Where is it really
It's
one Mona
like
Lisa?
one
You gonna
verse.
take a
Like
picture
instead
of
of
it? But I
so
just took a picture of the Mona Lisa. You telling me that's not my Mona Lisa now? I just took a selfie with it.
okay,
That's
so
my Mona
feel me.
Lisa.
If I take this song, you saying make I was making one NFT of the song, and you're saying make more than one NFT of the song.
I'm saying if you're making an NFT of the song, you're missing the point of everything that I'm saying. I'm saying that think about Bored Apes, right? That's not one image. They take one base, then they take different assets and they you know what I'm saying? And so you're the if you just turn this into one song, all you're doing is just drawing one ape. When you have the ability to take the assets and make a collection of apes. And so
Oh
what
no,
I'm
I know
telling
what you're
you,
talking about. I get you.
your verse becomes the ape head. You know what I'm saying?
I'm feeling you 100%. That I was just thinking of a different idea in that regard. But I feel
Well,
what you're saying. Yeah, I think we talked about it a little about like having 100 beats, and then they can
mhm,
have even versions with variations on the verse, so that
mhm.
even different sounds, and so that they can all different have possibly a different song or whatever.
But it could.
Uh,
I'm just saying it'd be the exact same. You
Same
make
one,
one
same
verse.
exact one.
Yes, because here's the thing. Think about it like this, Cash. Because I still think you're thinking about it wrong. So think about it like this, right? You go in the booth, you lay down a hard ass fucking verse. Okay, boom, you got this verse. All right, now you take this verse and you say, "Yo, Stamina, let me hear what you do with this song." Cool. I rap to that one verse. Now you give it to Krim. And you say, Krim, let me hear it. Now we got like if this was a science experiment, your verse is the control group. You know what I'm saying? The and so it really is going to depend on who freaks that the best. Now I've seen people do stuff like this and it like think about just recently G Herbo took the Who Run It beat from the 3 6 Mafia and he did the G Herbo who run it, and then you know what? Everybody on the internet took the G Herbo who run it thing and they flipped that beat. Okay, and so because they were all doing the same thing, it was all a collection of that same thing. And so what I'm just saying to you is, if you took a verse and then you went and got Snoop Dogg to be on that song with you, and then you went and got E40 to take that same verse and flip it, and then you went and got nobody mad at you. We, as a fan of Casual, we gonna listen to Snoop rap that verse with you. I'd listen to a whole mixtape where you spit in one verse, and each song the beat changes, and the person who's featuring with you changes with
Exactly.
it. That sounds
Exactly.
fun. It sounds like
Yeah,
a
that's what.
Yeah, and I
competition.
don't disagree. That's just a different idea. Can you still see my screen?
I see your screen. You got MMLA, micro mechanical licensing agreements, and micro mechanical publishing.
So I'm just saying that this ain't nothing I just thought of right now in this conversation. This is something
Okay.
that I've been putting thought to for a while. So everything you said was a great and wonderful. It's just a little different idea than what I was talking about. I think we do need to implement what you was just saying and figure out the way to pull it off on a major label. Like I think we would start with an outline, like the verse. Is there alterations of the verse? And then is the beat broken down into stems? I mean, because maybe that's not the idea you're saying, but I see that as a raw ass idea too. To where
Yeah,
if the
stems
beat
is
was,
beautiful.
and then each NFT could be a different stem so that people could reproduce their own versions of the song, you know what I'm saying? But what I was kind of like just leaning at was basically taking our traditional, this is just a different idea which gives us multiplicity. Like if this was one website we was talking about, they could click on the tab you was just talking about, or they could click on this tab. It's just servicing them in two different ways. So what I was trying to do was take the exclusivity that the big fat normally record company oligarch gets when they got enough money to fund our records in the form of publishing deals and stuff. You see what I mean? Like
Mm,
when I first got introduced to Jive, no one else on the block or wasn't nobody in the community who was willing to give me the amounts of money that Zamba was willing to give me to have 50% of my publishing. And so the difference is they did it based on my career, based on three future albums that I had coming and all kind of stuff. And what I'm trying to bring is just doing it on a one-off with limited terms and giving these same type of offers to people in the community so that they can, instead of some big publishing company collecting the royalties and rights from this work, it could be individual members of the community. And so I was just seeing that more or less as a fun use case for the producers and more or less like an economic thing for people who kind of seek out getting passive income off, just buying an NFT and now you got the rights to that intellectual property. So it's like I see a multifold of ideas here and a world of things that could be done with this. You know what I'm saying? This is an old ass
it can,
presentation.
so what you said can fit into what I'm saying. And the only thing you'd have to do is, instead of looking at the rights on the actual songs, you look at the things as assets and you break it down on the asset level. Because because here's the thing, when you're doing royalties and stuff, it's not about the song. You've already broke it down to, all right, who made the, and who's on the vocal. So you're already like doing those kind of designations of labor to a degree. So uh and so basically you're not saying here's the whole song when you're doing the royalty. You're breaking it down to the producer and the artist, and then with the artist you're breaking it down from the vocalist and the writers. You feel me? And so um with this, the trick is that we understand that if you want to sell your royalties or whatever, you're doing it off on the asset level. So what that means is you could make it so that they getting the royalties on the acapella. So if they get the royalties on that acapella, and then that acapella is turned into, you know, 1,000 NFTs, they're getting royalties on all 1,000 of those NFTs because they own the acapella that's using all of them. And
The
so
original.
what it does is it takes it, but then it also creates a vehicle for it to run in too. You know what I'm saying? But we're looking at it, not the vehicle, if that
So
makes sense.
yeah, that makes a whole lot of sense, and I agree that both of whatever. I mean, I think both of the things we're talking about need to be implemented. And the reason why I talked about buying other people royalties was not because we have a lack of creativity here, but when we talk about generating passive income, we really have the power to build an entity that's rolling in dough because of smart investments, meaning they're some of the top artists. The website I'm sharing now is Royalty Exchange. Some of the top artists, what I'm learning, and I'm even talking in the real music space as a CEO to my company about not being left out of what's going on in the royalty space right now. And so one of the key things we need to know that you can find not second string or third string, but some of the top artists are using this site, Royalty Exchange, to offer sale of their intellectual property to the public. I mean, if I went into I just want to go in on this and why it would be so good, especially having experience with a company that's built a catalog of over like 86 albums. I understand how royalties don't work from one, two songs, but once you start to build a catalog, then it starts to snowball. And then if you ever do hit with that one or two good songs inside of that catalog, it could be the song that pulled a whole wagon for years. I mean, I still get royalties for songs I made in 1993. So if I'm gonna make the screen a little bigger, and if you see right now, even Apple, this is Apple selling alert tone royalties from Apple, and the listing is 200,000. But look at it. For the last 2 years, it's bought in 21,000 a month. And from my history, and so somebody made an offer on this for 72,000 within the last 24 hours, and it expired. The seller counter offered with this number. So say we had a DAO that had this number, right? Even when crypto up or down, bow, you put it in there. Say we put this on crypto when it was up. You feel me? We put 200,000 on these Apple iTunes royalties, and now we're earning every month after we got the rights, and they're selling lifetime rights. The 3 year average okay, so I take this down. This is not even as good as something I would presume. So let me just say this, and this is what I want to talk about. The last 12 months earning on this that they're selling for 200,000 in a year, it made 21,000. So this will take you like 10 years to get your money back. So this is not exactly one I will be trying to dive into. Nevertheless, people with fat stocks of money, particularly crypto, and they want to ensure that they got income coming in, this is probably giving you what, like 1,200, well, maybe like 1,500, 1,700 a month or something. You know what I mean? Passively, but this ain't the best case. Overall, what I'm explaining is once that pot get up and we're writing proposals, we don't necessarily have to even be writing proposals to obtain our own stuff. If indeed the name of the owner of this after we made the purchase would be the DAO, and we say the royalties are split among, we already have protocol about how the royalties are split amongst the DAO contributors. I think that's a very good way to get into that. I'm just showing iTunes here, but if we go into here, you're gonna see everybody on here. I was feeling left out. Like, look, Holly Berry got offers. I don't even know she's a singer, but I guess she got a song. Tory Lanez, And so this is what people are doing. Holly Berry, She's Fine, and more hip hop song royalties. It only made 1,200 in the last 12 months. That's not what I'm concerned about because there are ones on here that are advantageous to buy. But with that being said, this site let me know that I manage a catalog that's worth a lot more than what I thought it was worth and what I even knew it was worth.
And then if you understand, like, this ain't shit but NFTs right here. And so if you understand, when you got a community,
Yeah.
like, you can run these numbers up and manipulate these numbers. So, you know, if you look at it
Exactly.
where it's like, all right, they made $20,000 last year and they're trying to sell for 10x above that. Like, if you know you're trying to sell and you made, $10,000 last year, you could easily just run up another 5, 10,000 in it, of your own money to boost that, so that if you're about to sell it. And so what I mean is, like how we're looking at this auction in front of us, that just went for 9 ETH. Now let's say Casual has an NFT and we have it in the which call it, and so he got Fetty Wap and Rich Homie Quan on that song. You know what I'm saying? Now, this, like, basically all of them. That's what I'm trying to say is, I don't believe when I look at charts like this and it says, "Oh, this made this much money and this much money." I know enough about math and statistics to know that any of those can be manipulated in advance. And if you're trying to do something, you can manipulate it. So what that means is, Casual, you take those 10 songs and you put them in the vault. And because I'm a member of Bar and I want that vault to go up in value, like, in theory we could internally organize buys, bids, and all of those things that
That's
add a
not what that.
floor
Are you
to it.
saying that's what they're doing? You think that's what they're doing?
You're looking at the music industry. I'm just telling you that the music industry can, if I want to sell something, I can manipulate it prior to my sale, so that it's like, if I'm gonna go sell a house, I'm gonna go clean it up and fix it all up and do all of that stuff right before it's time to sell it. And so that can be done with NFTs and music and stuff with these
But what's
royalties,
the
is all
point?
that I'm
What's
telling
the
you.
point of saying that though? If
Oh,
that's not what we intend to do, I don't get it.
no, I'm saying that that should be what we, are thinking about, because here's the thing. We collectively have social power, right? And so remember a second ago you was talking about how you set the floor of your NFT, right? Um, Not only can you set the floor, but we can increase the floor strategically
But
as a
even
collective.
non-strategically, that's just a sell price. So what part about choosing your sell price and increasing it? Even why would you like if I want to sell a verse for 2 G's and then I come back
Uh-huh.
and say I want to sell it for 4 G's? The word
That's a
manipulation don't fit
no,
into that for
no,
me.
no, no. I didn't say you sell it for 4G. So if you want to sell it for 2G, right? I'm a part of your community. I see benefit in that floor being increased. So now, only thing that I'm saying is, everybody as part of that community will increase the value, and we can do it. So, like I'm saying, I could buy an NFT just to increase the value of it, and then just sell it to somebody else in the community. And we could keep that going around to just be pushing up the value, because we're all a part of the DAO. You know what I'm saying? It's like holding the trophy and we keep passing the trophy around, or, you know. So all that I'm saying is, people with big pockets and stuff like that, if you look at something like how Bored Apes launched, that's just how I think that they did stuff like that. Not saying that it's legal or anything, or I don't know the complexities of it, but NFTs don't have an equivalent value. You're going off of what the last price or what the last sale was. So If I wanted you to sell high, I could buy your thing. I could buy it from you to just increase the floor. Is all that I'm saying.
Yeah, that's don't sound ethical. It seems as if anyone wanted to do that with anybody's thing, they could just do it without the conversation. And so when you begin to have the conversation, it becomes unethical. You see what I
Is it
mean?
unethical? Now, here's the thing of that. So there's a line in there where you have fraud, right? And so with fraud, it's like if that is a hidden thing, you feel me, where that's manipulated. I got that idea from I was watching these high school kids, this like these 15, 16-year olds, and what they were talking about when they first launched their NFTs, they would be selling them for 20, $30, but their friends would buy them for 20, $30. And they would do this en masse so that they all would be getting these floors and stuff like that. And so it's one of those things of they were doing that to support each other. So with those when those NFTs came out, there was a floor and there was some support for them, but inadvertently what they were doing is collectively showing the power of their community by, placing those bids and showing activity and just breathing life into the project. Because here's the thing, just having transactions brings visibility into it. You know what I'm saying? And so that's all I'm really saying is that within our community, we could just be kind of moving the NFT around just to just go, hey, set off those pings in the thing. And that can be publicly known in our community that yo, hey, you come to the open mic, buy a CD from somebody at the open mic, from another artist at the open mic. And we build that into the culture there so that everybody who comes to our open mic, before you touch the stage, meet a new MC, buy a CD. And that's the same thing what I kind of mean with these NFTs. Like, because with these trading cards, I want to build a culture where people want to buy your card, you know what I'm saying, or do these transactions because we understand the value of NFTs need to be bought and sold for them to have their value. Whereas crypto, to increase the value, all you do is you buy it and hold it because the market cap determines the value. With NFTs, the volume determines the value. So to keep
That's a traditional NFT, and that's the reason why we add a difference here because they had to do that because they just selling an NFT that don't got no value to it. Like they wasn't giving you the rights to Little Dicky's song. You see what I mean? And so what you're saying, and I hear it 100% because look, when we go over his sale overview, you can see what happened just like you saying. It's just like any auction. It's like having your friend at an auction raising his hand so that the price of the finally be
exactly.
higher. But I'm saying if they discuss that at the auction, I don't know if that's legal or not. You feel me? And I don't. I
It's the
mean,
language though.
but
But
nevertheless, you also
but
have
it
to.
is
But my
legal
ultimate
if
point,
you come to the auction deep.
but
There's a
I'm saying my
benefit in
ultimate
quantity.
point ain't even that. My ultimate
Okay.
point is that the NFTs that really don't have intellectual property attached to them have to fluff an idea, have to fluff a value. But this actually gives you lifetime rights to his song Little Dicky Say That Money. You see what I mean? And so even though you can fluff that too, there is more value in a intellectual property NFT but basically put it this way. This don't gotta be an NFT. They could just go into a record company, publishing company, and say, "I want to sell you Save That Value." Where can you go if your NFT wasn't an NFT? Where can you go and sell its use case? And so that's what I mean. The value is really in this song. And with that being said, there could still be fluff here because if me and you walked into a publishing company and we had rights to this, and you said, we want 9 ETH for it. I'm smart. I'ma stand there and be like, nah, bro, we got another offer for 15. That's just the same thing. You know what I mean? And so it just depends on whether we discuss doing that in beforehand or if it just transpired naturally by by the nature of trying to get more value out of something. But in the real world, this is everything we're looking at is a regular professional legal website, and we can look at the process on here. It's just a bidding process. So if we got ours relegated to a bidding process too, you could do what you saying. I mean, I think people do all the time. They buy because you don't even need nobody else. You could make an NFT, go to another wallet, and buy your own NFT. You see what I'm saying? And
That's
get
the
price
same
action on
thing.
it. And so
Can I
Exactly.
you
jump in though? I wanted to say something. That's a lot of y'all done said, man. Wow. This is really what people need to be in order to get the kind of education that they need in these type of conversations. That's why I wasn't saying that, NFT
go to
NYC
another
was great,
wallet and buy
but
your own
that's
NFT.
only representing the
You
people
see
that
what I'm
showed up
saying?
and turned
And
up, and
get
there's
price
Same.
knowledge
action on it.
NFT.
And
We
so
Exactly.
cannot throw one anywhere. We could do one in Chicago or in Texas. I throw our own. You see what I'm saying? But anyway, going into what you were just saying. Well, the way I look at it, and this comes from a self-taught publishing administrator perspective with the actual training behind it, is that you really gotta look at it from the end result to like looking at it backwards. And I think most people do get it backwards because what's happening is the evolution of technology isn't necessarily something that you could measure with the evolution of our understanding of our culture, what we do. You know what I'm saying? So what's happening is, I'm gonna just break it down real simple. NFT uh, um, scenario that we have now is the evolution of what you're seeing with the publishing thing. And I was there when they started doing all that, when you can buy people royalties and that. But if they had a tokenized version of it, it would literally be what we have now. All it is a step up, just a step up of what they was doing with that. So if you take the intellectual property part of it, you wouldn't need that because, and here's the word that I said, it's a language problem. Is that you thinking about selling intellectual rights when you should be looking at it as an asset? Tyrone said, because what you're actually doing is you're voting. It's a vote that verse. When you acquire it, it's an asset to putting your own intellectual property on it, which creates a third creation that never existed in the first two. See what I'm saying? So think about collaborations. Let's use the old hip hop term, collabing. You did a mixtape of 27 artists collabing, but all on the same beat, all with the same verses. And what you're doing is creating an asset that DJs can use to create an infinite amount of songs. See what I'm saying? It's only an asset if you trying to do that. If you ain't trying to do that, it's not an asset. That's what confused people.
Oh, it's still an asset if you're not trying to do that. It's an
It is,
asset
but
because
I'm
it's
saying
your
you won't see it
intellectual
that way.
property. You see
When
what I
he's
mean? But
saying
that's just a different
when he's using the word
application.
asset, I think he means like asset in the term of if you're making an NFT, an asset is part of that overall project, whereas you're saying it is an asset, meaning it's like some
You saying
value
an
that
asset? You mean an asset for the DAO?
No, a
he's saying an
necessity for the
asset
song.
in the
Necessity.
song. It's an asset of the song. Like for Board 8, your lips would be an asset for that image. Whereas your acapella is an asset for the song.
Oh, I hear what you mean by asset. Yeah, I thought you was talking about an asset in life, like in general.
Now
Right.
you was thinking of a financial asset, which
Yeah,
we're
yeah,
talking
yeah.
about both. But I should have
It's
said
like
I
an
should have
avatar,
segued from yeah.
like a
No, I hear
sprite
you
too,
100%.
like a
It's
sprite.
like your hat. Or go ahead, go ahead. Who is that?
I,
Go ahead.
I was saying it's like a
Go ahead,
sprite
Crump.
too, like a sprite in a video game.
But it took a
Exactly.
turn that we never got a chance to do in the past because of the laws on the books. Who knows what happened to Sprite or Coca-Cola if they had to release the ingredients to the
That's
public?
not that's
They
not
might have
that's not
mixed
what
it.
he said. When he
No,
said
no, I was talking
sprite,
about
he meant like a digital sprite, like like that makes up like pixels in a game. So a sprite
Okay,
is
he
a
just he
smaller
just
asset than a pixel.
he just sparked
like the
one of my
avatar.
noodles. We
Yeah,
we talking
like
about
Ken and Ryu are sprites. There we go.
See, when it comes to innovation, which is what the technology is doing, it's innovating ways to do things. You have these assets that are essential to pushing the technology forward. It moves very fast away from the old way of doing it. Then it brings more value to the same thing over and over again because what they're doing with it is creating something that never existed, which is why they are assets. If you not trying to do that, it's not an asset to you. You know what I'm saying? You have no need of it. And so when somebody say, well, why I'm gonna pay $50 for the same verse he got? Well, that depends. What are you gonna put on top of it? See what I'm saying?
Yeah, I feel y'all, but I'm still cool on that. I'll help y'all execute
And
that.
to
But
go ahead and put a
It's
I
cherry
don't
it's
on
want
the
to
cool.
sell
That
my
that's
verse
that's
100 times. Motherfuckers
that's
gonna be capping all
so
on me on Instagram.
here's the thing. Here's the thing, casual. Think about it like this, right? So the idea came more so from uh me thinking of ways to get the most out for the community, right? So whereas for you, like that seems so whack of a concept, right? Imagine like now also think about like beats. Imagine if you were a producer and you was just like, yo, I don't want all of these whack ass fucking MCs rapping over my beats. Before the internet and before burning CDs, you got to choose who rapped over your beats. Now, if you're a producer, once you make a beat, it's all like if it's hot, it's getting remixed. And that's part of what even makes the beat even hotter. Like that Who Run It beat is classic now. It's immortalized in hip hop because a bunch of different rappers rapped on it. Okay. It took a while for producers to evolve the maturity because if you understand, if you remember in the 90s, if I rapped on your beat, we going to war. Ice Cube jacking for beats, Sticky Fingers jacking for beats. That was like, yo, this is rah rah right now. I'm taking your beat, I'm taking your beat. That changed the whole game. Before that, you were not allowed to do that. And so what I'm saying is right now, what's going to happen next is the artists are going to start evolving in the intellectual maturity in that same capacity because as the technology evolves a little more, I'll be able to listen to that new Kanye song and be able to just snatch this out, snatch this out. Now I'm dropping a song not only with Kanye, but now I got the video editing thing. So now Kanye in the video with me. It looked like I just dropped the video with Kanye. Kanye gonna have no control over that. And so technology is taking us there, but the winners are going to be the people who first embrace it and who embrace that culturally before technology forces you to have to deal with the inevitable. Because if I'm a fan of casual, it's like, cool, yeah, I want to listen to some casual, but I'm an MC. I'm a fan of a lot of people who are fans of MCs start rapping. Just like if you're a fan of b-ball, you start balling. So if I had the opportunity to play a game with Jordan, like I don't care that Jordan just played with this guy. I just told you I wanted to play chess with RZA. You know what I'm saying? Like my homie got to play chess with RZA. I want to play chess with RZA. You play chess with RZA. I want to play chess with RZA. And so people got songs with casual. My homie got a song with casual. I want a song with casual. You feel what I'm saying? Now, people who are lovers of the stuff, they're gonna be able to relate with that because you in the NBA, you can't see it from the eyes of people who just buying jerseys. Motherfuckers is buying your jerseys, wearing your jerseys. They walking around in their head playing dress up casual. I'm fantasy casual for the day. That's what happens when you're listening to your favorite rappers. You're putting yourself into their metaverse and you want to meet them and get a verse. Now, yes, you do not have the capacity to write a unique verse so that all of the artists who love you can collaborate with you. But you do have the capacity to allow bar and beats to facilitate bars and beats to be all exchanged
I
and
was saying I
use
do got the
yourself.
capacity. I got the
But
capacity.
you are what people want to read. This is your project. Like the thing that's going to excite people is to be able to come and play with your stuff. Like it may sound whack for you to take one verse and let 100 people, but that's revolutionary, and hip hop needs that. Watch the reply that you would get. Like watch how you could rejuvenate the West Coast hip. You could have your whole city popping off by you dropping a verse and getting everybody in the city to remix it. The whole coast, the whole, like it's unlimited what this thing can do. So I know the power of it.
I want to add to what he just said. You know, that inspiration.
Yeah.
It's TTM Academy. Yeah, TTM Academy. Twitter/TTM Academy.
The one with the purple light bulb, not the other one.
I was gonna say, remember that yeah beat from Usher was actually P.D. Pablo's song, and then Little John gave it to Usher and was like, "Fuck you, P.D. Pablo." But now But I see what you're saying, Ty. Yeah, because you could just keep selling them, and then both of them could drop. But obviously on the radio, it's like, oh, I want to have exclusivity. But if nothing's on the radio and there's a billion people out there, it's just like people watching old NBA games. It's like they might think it's new. Like it doesn't even matter anymore because there's so many people.
Because it becomes its own currency now. Like Bored Apes, if you got a Bored Ape, even though it's 10,000 different Bored Apes, it's like, yo, nobody got my Bored. Like you can have you can have this verse and nobody got this verse. Be like, yo, on my casual joint, I got Casual and I got Delta Funky Homo Sapien, and that joint produced by Pete Rock. That joint is the most fire one out there. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I'll be freestyling, and I could just give people exclusives, and that means I could charge my normal rate. Ain't nobody about to pay your rate if they know that the verse can be used by somebody else. You know what I'm saying?
So yeah, that's okay. Here's the thing. If I buy a verse from, because this is how it started. It didn't start like this. Idea didn't come from me telling a rapper to do this. This idea came from me thinking, all right, if I buy a verse, like let's say I wanted to do a promotional song, like look at Bored Ape Yacht Club. They just took Eminem and Snoop Dogg and put them in a song together. Okay, great promotional blah blah blah. Now if I was Bored Ape Yacht Club and I just spent $1 million for Snoop and Eminem on the same song, you know what would be happening right now? It'd be the biggest remix contest in the world. I'd have Snoop's verse and Eminem's verse, and I'd do the video. I would give the stems to those acapellas, and I would tell producers, make the illest beat to go with that. I would tell videographers, make the illest video to go with that. And I would tell singers and rappers, hop on this song and make this song even better. And I would let like people send in their pieces, and now you got all of these different assets come together. And now the engineers and the videographers can take that and all of these assets, this in this big pool of verses and videos, and now they can start piecing that together and taking those ingredients and making these final products. And when they pitch those final products, everybody whose assets that are included in the ones that are voted by the community as the best ones, all of them, blah 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 blah. You feel what I'm saying? But now
that's when you come to that part where he was at with the intellectual property. It's like he was right, he was backwards. Once you influence people to make creative stuff from your stuff, then you start putting intellectual property stuff on.
Man, I can tell I'm talking to people who don't be getting money off their intellectual property.
You're right. That's a fact. Yeah, that's a fact. That.
I can pull up royalty statements and shit. Like I know what I'm doing. I really sell this shit, and so that ain't no disrespect. But I'm getting suggestions from people who don't really do the shit.
Now that's a big fact. Now also understand what we're talking about too. You know what I'm saying? And so what you're saying completely matters. But then the whole point of what I'm saying is it's not just porting what's there on top of the new platform. It's kind of breaking all of that down and then rebuilding it in the model for that on paper says like, hold on, this hasn't been done before. So yes, there's no metrics to prove that this will make more money. But me, yes, you definitely have more numbers in the da 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 da. But I probably have way more impressions and interactions and different types where when I show you my numbers, it's in a whole different thing. And so what I'm saying is if we're able to take these numbers and then with your numbers and we find this whole new innovative thing that this can now be vroom. You know what I'm saying? So that's what we're talking here because
responded to when he said I had it backwards. I was saying I could tell that you hadn't did that because in fact it wasn't had it backwards. That was what I was responding to.
I understand, but I understand what he means too, because what he's saying is not is it's what he's saying is that where you put in the intellectual where you're putting the intellectual property on it and how you're doing it, you're giving it a ceiling to a degree. And it's a cultural ceiling because this is how it's been done and this is how people culturally accept that this is good and this is right. And what we're talking about is on a mathematical level and on a you know
ledger, man. You're basically talking about doing something without a ledger. So like think about all of the mixtapes and all of the stuff we did. If we had it on a ledger, we would have what he's talking about right now.
Well, like DJ Clue. DJ Clue was dropping the acapellas on new beats, and people were like, "Whoa!"
Exactly.
Back in the day.
So if you do have it on the ledger, let's say everybody get this right. Now, what does that mean for each individual on the ledger? It means that you can start assigning intellectual rights because it's on a ledger.
Trying to get what you mean. You mean on the blockchain? When you say on the ledger?
Yeah, because what happens is now we have these assets, and like these assets are now all tied to the blockchain. So every new creation that is created from these core base of assets is a whole new thing, and this whole new thing, these intellectual rights and royalties can be applied to all of these final dishes because because we're applying the stuff because basically it's saying, hey, here are the Legos, go build whatever you want to build, and then whatever you build, that's some new shit, but it's still made out of Legos, and these Legos are owned by the community. You feel what I'm saying? And so we're giving you the building blocks as opposed to the finished product, and we're in this interactive world where people want their own camcorders and stuff where they can make their own movies. You know what I'm saying? We want to make, like, look at Roblox and Minecraft. People are in these worlds making their own worlds. And so with music, the new music is we want to be able to take the verses, because this came, like I said, this came from me wanting to be able to be like, all right, I want to make a song to promote this thing. So if I get two of the best artists and the best producer on it, if I put all of that energy and just made it into one song, I'm not getting the maximum out of this because I can now make 1,000 songs out of that same asset. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got you. So I got intellectual property to contribute to your idea. I'm on board with that. Are y'all just saying that mine's is a different idea?
No, we agree. We agree. We agree. We agree. We agree.
I can give you a verse for that right now, and you can
please listen. Give it. Let's do it.
Yeah, we on board.
Y'all talking about the same thing. We was just talking about
two different ideas.
Yeah. Two different ideas that would be tested, and I think it'd be interesting to see the results. Continue.
But we also are talking about using your DAO kind of, where so we'd be doing like it makes more sense to kind of like have this discussion and throw these things together just to see, does this have to be two different things? Because it regardless of if you want to do it, like, because if I do it and you're a part of it and it's done through your DAO, it's still you doing it. So if you thought it was corny then
No, I
if you
don't
thought
think.
your people
No,
would
no,
think it's
no.
corny, they still think it was corny. You know what
We
I'm
gotta
saying? I'm
express
just
that.
letting
We
you it's
gotta
not
express
corny.
that. We gotta fix. I mean, because when we in the workshop are actually banging out the parts of the details, it's just basically the way you market it so that people don't get the impression that I'm at a lack of content. That's the only impression I don't want to give people. Like, why he selling 100 people the
Yeah.
same verse? And so if it's
You
marketed
an
right,
innovator
it's
with
totally
that.
good. That's what I meant by I mean, put it this way. I ain't trying to build on it, but we all read them books when we was kids. Choose Your Own Adventure. I kind of like got that. That's what I get from it, and I had that on my back burner for a long time because we all
Yeah,
read a different book from the same book.
exactly.
Just like everybody get their own song depending on what assets they got or what have you.
There you go.
I
And
Yeah,
got
so
time for that.
that
I will
analogy.
contribute to 16, and then what we're gonna do is we're gonna keep our data too. Cause I'll come back and be like, I got that one the exclusive NFT off for 2,500. You're gonna be like, yeah, we made 25,000.
you hit on another key point, that data thing that you just said. Imperial mentioned that like earlier, kind of in passing, because he was saying that with these new things, you create these new things. And so in the process of turning the assets into these new final creations, there's this data layer that it didn't exist before that new thing was created. And so we now have this complete new set of like data that now belongs to the project too, which had this own value that so as you add these meta layers, if it all works together, like you make the system more complex but more can be more valuable in my theory. But
And it's more sound than what we had. Like if we had this, especially around the time when y'all started, then we would be in a different place now where you didn't have to be a rapper to create a rap song
right,
because you have the
exactly.
assets of the rappers.
You can be a fan. It's just like, yo, that's the thing. Like, I'll listen to a rapper album and I'm just like, yo, this was fire, but why you put this verse on there? Like, I didn't want no collabs on there. Let me make the version of this without no collabs. Actually, no. This motherfucker would sound fire on here with you. Let me take Aesop Rock and Psy Rock and Yugen Black Rock and put all three of them together with Pete Rock. You know what I'm
Exactly.
saying? And we gonna rock.
Yeah,
That's a rock
Chris Rock
album. All
sample.
of the and Chris
And,
Rock
and
samples on it. You know what
yeah,
I'm
Chris
saying?
Rock
And
sample.
now I can mint that and put that out through the hip hop metaverse because I just took all of these assets that's already
Call that motherfucker
there.
boulders. Call it boulders. Sell that motherfucker for 5.
hmm Just imagine if we had like a bunch of verses and beats from just the Hyro crew, and we can make our own unique Hyro albums.
So I must say that this is the reason why I sent that to you, because Kane actually did something similar to that with his music. He
Well,
actually
it's
has it to
actually
where
Skrilla. That's Rare Skrilla with his Jay Skrilla is the one who put that project together. And that's as you're talking about the async art where it was the beats and the different verses where you were able to swap out and you got these custom songs, right?
Right.
yes,
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So shout out to Red Skrilla. Cause I know Jay Skrilla because he a producer from Interloop Records, and I know Kane Mayfield, because he was damn, I forgot his record label, but that's all DMV, hip hop right there. They just bridging into the into this world. But yes, the way Rare Skrilla executed his NFTs is super innovative, and it's on the lane of where I'm talking about. But where I'm talking about is even taking that bigger than what he did and turning it into a community project. You know what I'm saying? Where it
it's
becomes
perfect.
like you make your own. Yeah. And so like the same way people doing their fantasy football where they're able to put their own teams together in the hip hop metaverse, you're going to be able to put your own groups together, your own playlist together, but then down to that, you'll be able to put your own songs together and that you can make your own groups and playlists off of. And so this will be a
And
fantasy
eventually
world.
avatars. Yo,
There you
Ty,
go.
most
I
of the
love that.
avatars are fake. Like, yo, I
Love
got
that.
Snoop in the. You seen all those Snoop deep fake stuff?
Yeah. You know?
And it's like, have you ever noticed that in regards to sports, there never is a league for the coaches? I'm not the referees. Like at some point, where's the referee league that determines who's the best referees, who understand the game better, who's made an error on so many flags and so many calls, whistles. You know what I'm saying? And it's just like you kind of could say it's imaginative, and it's essentially it's things that was missing back in the day that we didn't have that we thought about. Because I wanted to do this with so many Raekwon albums, so many Wu-Tang albums. I was like, dang man, but why they didn't put Onyx on this song, man? Like this right here is crazy. And so it already existed, but it didn't. You know what I'm saying? We didn't have what we needed to execute it. You see what I'm saying? So and as far as like um uh the stuff with the purchasing the royalties and all that. I think they had something like this in mind, but they didn't have crypto when they launched it. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if y'all remember back in the late '90s that in the mid '90s when Tribe by 12 came out. That one song was a one-hit wonder in the underground. The one with the sitar beats or whatever. And nobody was playing any of their other music. But then it was a whole remix project that came out of Europe where it was like Funk Strong and just a bunch of different European producers. Everybody in Europe was into that song, and they didn't care about that actual group as artists. They just cared about that exact song.
Mm.
I feel like RZA had a one on there too.
And hip hop history, we did that. You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? Like your boy Snoop said, because look at how many times we took that one James Brown song. I mean, it's almost like
There
we
you go.
already did this.
We
We
already did
already
this.
did this. We just
Exactly.
didn't have a ledger.
But
Exactly.
Marvin Gaye, the
Feel
Kanye,
that.
or got
I'll
deep
do it
fake
with a
Kendrick
beat
music.
quicker.
Like listen to Kendrick's album. I mean, that's just flips of classics throughout the album. That's just been flipped how many times? And
But
then
they
the
could be,
video, the deep fake video.
but they could
But
be
But
different
who in
settings too, like exclusive setting. Like, okay, this one's exclusive. Only one. There can only be one owner. You know what I'm
What
saying?
if there's like a whole group of people that we should have known as stars, or we could have followed like these artists? All they do is remix and analyze music and hits and BPMs and stuff. Like them, all those people never got heard because they didn't have this mechanism.
So think about this, right? I've the two I've managed over 50 different artists, right? The two artists that I managed who were able to break above the kind of stratosphere and get to a point where they were self-sufficient, they had something in common. One, they both had hundreds of songs on deck already recorded, not like songs they're releasing, just like they were at the point where they were creating so that they were just making so much stuff so quickly. They had stuff on deck like that. Two, I got both of them into a point at some time where they were doing a remix project. So the first band, they're called Red Gold Green, but at one point every Thursday we would drop a new remix song, and so they started off doing remixes of Nerd and all of that stuff, and then they ended up working with Pharrell and all that stuff. So the remixes allowed them to grab a lot of traction in the because people, it's easier for some people to hear some new stuff and be like, yo, I've heard that before. And then also with Paperboy Prince, I had him doing a remix album where remix project where every week he was remixing a song and dropping the music video off of it. And so like, I'm in love with the cocoa. He dropped the hot cocoa song off of it. And so it was just one of those things of like, they were able to kind of play off of their brands, but using other people's brands to kind of slide in there and have that conversation. And so all that to say is, like, a lot of people may not know who, like, a certain rapper is, but they know who their friend is. And so it's like putting a legend on a song with their friend. Now it gives them a reason to now take that into their neighborhood. And now, so it's relative. It's, it's, to me, this is, it's no
almost like
rules
a
because it's an
loan.
art project.
Crazy. It's almost like a loan. Like I'm gonna lend you my verse right quick. Just give me that 0.8 E, and we'll see if you a star or not.
And then that's real because here's the thing, everybody who takes your verse and makes a song out of it, they all are making, in theory, paying you royalties for it. You know what I'm saying? And so it's one of those things of, yeah, I mean, because really the only thing that's really a negative part here is that rappers have all of these cultural rules of how to keep it real,
Yeah,
and
you're
all of
right.
these rules were made pre-technology, and so it's like one of those things
That's
where you're
fucked up.
dealing with, like, with Christians, and you start talking about, like, or people who really religious, and it's like you're dealing with rules that were made 2,000 years ago, and you're applying it to like a modern kind of technology. And so with hip hop, you got to understand, if you don't write your verse, it's seen as a bad thing. And so you got people like Drake and Kanye who are, top of the game, but they accept, Dr. Dre don't make all his own beats. Like at a certain point, you become a brand and da 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 da. All other parts of art accept these things. Whereas with hip hop, it becomes this self-defeating battle of, like, and so think about it like this. When I first got into management, I was looking at artists. And so the first art collective I met, this chick, she was in New York. She made these beautiful paintings, and she had a collective of like 50, 100 artists, right? And so for me, I'm like, okay, you got these amazing paintings. I want one. But no, of course, she doesn't sell her paintings for less than $5,000. So I could never afford one. But I suggest, hey, why don't you make prints of your paintings, and you can sell your prints for $10. And the more prints that you sell, or that's just all around,
exactly.
they're going to increase the value of the original. You got more eyes on it. For her, because she's from the fine arts world, that is seen as lowering her value and all of this stuff. And so people who do fine art don't want to make prints of themselves. And that's the same thing with a rapper who is making a unique verse. That's fine art. That's Balenciaga. I made that outfit just for you. So if other people are wearing that outfit, what just happened? I went from making high-end fashion to now I'm doing retail clothing. So to somebody who's a designer, did I just lower my brand by doing that? And so for me, it's like, no, we just got to a place where we now can do mass production. So now you have the ability to mass produce in a way where no one could do prior. And so now to doing it first, there's a niche that can be built in here, and you don't have to look at it as um I'm lowering myself by connecting with more of my fans. I'm actually changing the game right now.
Well, I can't disagree because just like you said earlier, that everything you pinpointed about the standard that we try to live up to is some shit from 1982. You trying to live up to a 1982 standard in 2022, and cats don't even know nothing about that. Hey, no, I mean, but I don't want to go off on an extreme because I
They
don't
didn't
want
get to
to.
have their masters back then when they made all these rules.
Exactly, but I'm saying I don't want to say go off on a tangent to say that selling. I don't necessarily think selling the same verse to multiple people traditionally applies to that. But at the same time, I do understand how spaces have changed, and I understand that my standard is an old school standard, and you gonna be holding yourself back. It's kind of like about like freestyle and everything. When we used to be like, no, off the top, freestyle is off the top. And then some cat will just say something, you'll be like, that ain't no freestyle. And everybody in the room like, oh, he just cooked on you. And you trying to explain a rule from 40 years ago. You feel me? And cats be like, you don't understand. That's not what a freestyle is. And you like, what? He was dancing on you. And you're like, dang, man, I just lost because I'm too old school. You know what I'm saying? And so I would understand. I
But
understand
Run
what
But
DMC
if it was
already told
real
you his
real
script is the
heads in the
rock around
room,
right on time though.
real heads in the room know the difference. So it's also about who's your audience, who are you trying to impress. You feel what I'm saying? So yeah, it just is what it is.
And who's to say that the big artists won't find out what you're doing and be like, oh, I'm got where that dial at? Oh, I got to get my and that they're gonna be having conversations. I'm, well, how do I get my in this what's it called it Hyro you know what I'm saying?
My thing is like I don't like cause here's the thing, like look at Tech Nine. I love Tech Nine because me, I was listening to Tech Nine in the 90s. You know what I'm saying? And so for Tech Nine to still be at a point where he's still every year one of the highest grossing artists in hip hop is beautiful to me because Tech Nine was one of those artists in the 90s because where the way I rap, people be like, yo, that dude ain't never gonna make no money. That's what they say. He ain't never gonna make no money because the way he rap. And he's one of the richest. And he did it in his own way. And it's just like you don't have to conform. If you were to listen to anybody. And so here's my thing with a verse. Let's say you asking you want 2,000 for one verse. That's one thing, but if you fractionalize that verse and now uh you instead of selling it to one person for 2,000, it can go to as many people who want to remix it, and they're paying 500 each. Now instead of once you got four transactions, you just made that. But this is something that could scale up where you 2 years later you look back and instead of having four transactions, you got 4,000 transactions globally on that same exact verse. 4,000 times 500 is 20. Was that 2 million? Blah, yeah, I think it's 2 million. Mhm, I don't know,
Yo,
but
also like on the dial tip, if one artist on the dial just blow, let's say that there's some totally nobody rapper and he just eventually blows up like 6ix9ine, then it'll bring the whole
it's
dial up.
gonna happen. It's
Whole
inevitable.
community
If you
value
do
goes up.
quantity, it's gonna do that. Like I've thrown enough open mics where people, yo, you throwing open mics, yo, that's corny as fuck. But Logic, the first time Logic ever performed in DC was at my corny ass open mic, and his name was Psychological at the time. You know what I'm saying? He didn't even have a Twitter. I got him on Twitter, and he'll let you. Logic will tell you the first time he ever rocked in DC was at my show at my corny open mic. He met his whole crew there. He met his producers there because I was already throwing beat showcases. So all of the corny stuff that I was doing with people who weren't in the mix from the outside in, it looked corny. People who inside of that, they six. You know what I'm saying? Like that's one of his producers he met at the joint. You know what I'm saying? Like he met Logic at my fucking thing. You know what I'm saying? Like so all of that to say is by putting these things, by giving all of these ingredients, now you give the opportunity for chefs to come together. And so I could have never predicted, what could have come out of what I was doing. But imagine if I had what I had right now back then, that idea, Logic would have been on one of the verses. You know what I'm saying? Like that. It's just so much stuff, man. It's so interesting,
Yeah, it's a
but it's
lot.
formulaic.
I mean, we ain't heard. Look, these remixes that the baby just did with that lady that blew my mind. The remix that or that Ferg verse and that new rapper. I don't even know the rapper name. All I know is that A.S. I said, hey, that's Fergie. You know what I'm saying? And so we know we ain't even heard hip hop on this level yet. Like they might start bringing those old verses, you know what I'm saying? You know, from Hyro and Daylight and all these classic artists, and start putting them in new music. It's crazy.
I don't want to cut you off, but speaking of verses, verses, the show that Timbaland and Swiss Beats put together. Could you do something like that for Ty? Is that something you've looked into, like a versus?
Yeah, 100%. So I already have a model for like, so think about this, right? With verses is one-on-one, 20 songs each, right? So just think about like in this, like with the trading card kind of scenario, if I make it so that you choose your top 5, boom, you got 5 people on your team. And now each of the 5 people on your team, you can pull from the database and get 4 of their YouTube videos. You know what I'm saying? And now you got 5 people with 4 videos each. That's 20 people. And so now you're like Ash. You now got your enough Pokemons to go fight. And so now you come against somebody else who has their 5 cards, their 5 players, and with 20 songs total. And so now you just play the game head to head. I play my first song, you play your first song, and the audience can determine which song is better. And then the winner plays the next one, and you just keep going down like that. Whoever wins 11 of the 20 matches is the winner. And so this is, that can already be done, in the thing, in the same way like how a matching game can be kind of expanded out to be like bingo. This would basically be like a hot or not head to head thing, but it'd be stretched out over a period of time so that people can listen and vote. And then so that whole versus, it could maybe take 1 month for one versus to go down. You might do a different head to head song every day, and boom, after 3 weeks, or you've gone through all 20 songs, or it might be, yeah. And so that could be a thing where you have to have 5 of the trading card NFTs to play, and you got to play against somebody with another 5. And now after 3 weeks of play in the community, being able, because on the website here's all of the open versus battles. You can now hop in and listen to the ones that's currently going on, pay your crypto to drop a vote, and that's the whole thing. And so that's definitely part of stuff that I'm thinking of, playing with, engaging with, because it's really easy to kind of make everything I just said.
Well, I just know, you down with Body. He did that EP with Lux. So Lux is a legend. Yeah, I think that'd be an interesting route to take.
Yeah, I'm going everything fantasy, because the thing is, hip hop is a fantasy world, and the problem is everybody thinks they got to keep it so real that they can't have fun and enjoy the fantasy world. And I'm gonna break down the wall. Real is just honesty. Keeping it real is honest. And so that's the problem with hip hop. We think that keeping it real is spitting a freestyle. No, keeping it real is, if you spit a freestyle, being transparent so people know that it's a freestyle. It don't mean you can't spit a written. And everything that where it's seen as a wrong or a right in hip hop, as long as you're honest about it and you don't lie, that's keeping it real to me. All of this other social constructs, if you can't do this, or you got to wait 30 minutes to swim after you eat, all of that stuff, that's not the keeping it real aspects. And we can take and leave all of those things as and we can build our own reality with our own. That's the whole point of not being with a record label. A record label says you got to do it like this and like this and like this way. Once we decided, we going independent, we don't need a record label. We make our own stuff, and then we go, hold on, not even that. We going to we independent on the internet. So we really make our own rules. And hip hop is the place of degens and remix. So we gotta keep remixing. Hip hop is about the cipher and the remix. If you think about Cannibal Op, that Cypher Unknown, like that O for the Cypher. That remix is like something we need to come up with a symbol, but
no. Mm-hmm.
It's a core thing of there's a philosophy, because I always tell like I'm a hip hop philosopher, so I always go to war with hip hop traditionalists because they're memorizing where I'm speaking fluently. And one of the philosophies that hip hop is the cipher. Like that is an important concept of creation. If you've never been in a freestyle cipher, you don't understand that there's creating, there's cooperation, there's competition. There's a lot of things going on in a cipher simultaneously.
Temperature of the room.
Remixing is another core part of hip hop, because remixing allows us to take anything that's not hip hop and make it hip hop. I can make anything in the world hip hop. That's powerful. And so even something that's already hip hop, I can take something that's already hip hop, remix it, and make new hip hop out of it. And so hip hop first had to deal with that. Like think about doom 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 da doom doom. Under pressure, ice, ice, baby. Boom, that clash of worlds where the 80s and the 90s was like, hold on, this is so different. I gotta sue you. Because 80s is old school, 90s is new now? Really? Vanilla Ice? Okay, cool. We figured that out. We're going through the same thing right now where we're going to take Vanilla Ice and remix Ice Ice Baby, and now we got Nice Nice Lady. You know what I'm saying? Now we remixing the hip hop and making new hip hop. And then that's going to be remixed by that generation. We got to accept it. We can't fight that. We gotta encourage and fertilize the growth. We got to encourage more remixes.
There's no, in my opinion, there hasn't been a lot of original music out for a long time. And I'm not like
I'll disagree with that wholeheartedly, and I'll say that right now.
No. I'm
original music than ever.
So what about the trap? Do you think trap's progressed obviously with the beat progressions, the time signatures, things like that. But you look how to make a trap beat online. There's with technology. With technology, the way it's progressed from MPCs to where we're at now, with a few clicks of a button, you can remix pretty much whatever you want, get your own stems and things like that, and streamline the situation. Which makes things, in my opinion, it's like recycling the same thing, but you're getting originality out of that recycling. Is where I'm going here.
So you're saying that
comes from.
So you're saying that since we're not baking from complete scratch, we're missing a lot of originality because we're buying things from the store that aren't completely original at its core. Right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
Now you gotta understand that just because we're not starting from a 0 point, we can never start from 0 anymore. Like everything is built on the backs of things that have already existed. That's just normal. You know what I'm saying? And so of course everything comes from the inspiration of everything. All life comes from life. You feel what I'm saying? And so the idea that something has to be completely original to be original is a bit ridiculous, because there's tons of originality, that comes from, like, to take something that exists and make something new from it requires a lot of creativity. And so for me, how you mentioned trap music, let's take, Thugga Thugga, for example. Young Thug is one of the most innovative artists I've ever come across in my life.
Oh, Young Thug's amazing.
And then you can even take and say, hey, you got Lil Key, Gunna, Lil Got It, like all these people who actually taken Young Thug's style and made styles that have descended completely out of. They've copied his style and made styles that And so even with that, there's an originality in that. You feel what I'm
No doubt.
saying?
There's you got your futures too. Look, everybody trying to
But
get
what
on
I'm
it.
saying,
No.
yeah. So what I'm saying is that there's like it's a lot of originality still. Like it's real easy to try to look for what was the old way of being original, but
That's
you have
how
to
I see it, Frank.
understand the nuance and just the sheer quantity right now. That's like saying, hey, you know what? There's no life in there's billions of planets out there. How can you know what I'm saying? Like look through your telescope deeper and you'll find what you're looking for because
Oh
mathematically
no,
speaking,
that's
it
why
has
I
to
prefaced
exist.
it with saying there's a lot of good art out there. It's
Right.
just it gets replicated. What I was getting at, it gets replicated so many times. I I'm just reading questions from the crowd, and they're like, "Is he worried that it's going to fall into the wrong MC's hands, look sloppy, and come back on him?" I think if you were, he was talking about the way he promotes it, the exclusivity, the scarcity of it, with his IP, not wanting infinite amount of people to have access to it. I get his logic as well. You know, it's like
But
a
here's the thing,
dilemma
right?
where. Go ahead.
Like uh you're not giving infinite access to everything. You're taking this like saying, hey, here's this verse. I'm gonna give this to the people. This verse is for the community. And so if we're really trying to be real about decentralization, community building, and doing things for your community, right? You got to understand if I own a Mona Lisa, usually I'm going to sell my Mona Lisa to another rich person. Poor people are not in the conversation. You don't get high end art. The average person does not have the access to even know or the ambition to know, yo, I could actually put this together if I reached out and did these things X, Y, and Z in these orders. And so what you're doing is you're allowing the people to have access to something that was traditionally reserved for the nobles. And so what you're doing is by taking your Mona Lisa and saying, you know what, instead of me selling this Mona Lisa to another rich person, I can fractionalize ownership. And now it'll never be owned by one rich person ever again because now this is for the community and this is for the world. And so the artist who painted the Mona Lisa, that doesn't fractionalize every painting that they've ever done. It's just saying, hey, this Mona Lisa is for the world. And so that's where we're at right now. It doesn't hurt an artist their scarcity. What this actually does is so genius and innovative. It'll the first artist that applies what I'm doing becomes a legend.
Okay.
And so for me, my vision of where this came from and what I plan to do with it, my plan is to put my pitch deck together, get motherfucking Snoop Dogg to understand what the hip hop metaverse is, and be like, Snoop, give me a 16. And I get this 16 from Snoop, and then I do this shit and let every motherfucker in the world hop on the song with Snoop. And Snoop will make money off of every fucking song that's made from this collaboration. And if you just look at what DJ K Slade did, where he took one beat and had 50 fucking people rap on it, it's the same shit. It's the same shit. It's genius what I'm talking. That's why, for me it's just about the so
No,
when
no.
I get this verse from Snoop, if I take a verse from Snoop and I rap on that verse from Snoop and it's just me, and it's just like, all right, mental stamina and Snoop verse. Good job, stamina. Good job. Good. Who the fuck cares? But if I take that verse and allow everybody in the world, I can still drop my mental stamina with it, but I can now make way more money and way more impact. Now, it may not benefit me directly on my artist level. And so that is where usually people are doing it for and where they miss out from. But if I'm thinking on my mogul, this is the win.
Okay, I'm just fielding questions for his audience. So, thanks, Sage Belton. Thanks for the I agree. And got a few questions here. Hold tight.
But yeah, my goal is to get a verse from Snoop. I want a verse from Snoop. I need a verse from Money Man. I need a verse from Casual. I need a verse from Lil Yachty. I need a verse from Soldier Boy. I need a verse from Jim Jones. That you know, those are the people off the top of my head that. Oh, and Tory Lanez.
Might
You
as
feel
well
what I'm
get
saying?
yeah, Tory Lanez. Even though the accusations are heavy, I won't even go there.
It
Yeah.
don't matter to me. I don't listen.
I know how you roll.
I'm talking Web3.
No,
So
he's innocent. She made that up.
Yeah.
again,
If
it
I
don't
said I
matter to
won't
me.
go there.
Again, it don't matter to me. But those 7 names that I just named, we talking hip hop and NFTs. Who else? Those 7 people have made some big conversations in hip hop. For me, Snoop, Money Man, and Casual are the most important off of that list. You feel
Money
me?
Man is
Because
pioneer, if I remember right. He's the one that's first started talking about crypto and rap, from my understanding. Is that right?
yes.
All right.
And so Money Man and Casual, Money Man is both at NFC NYC. And they are, in my opinion, as far as like presence on the blockchain, are the most visible. And so for me, I think that Casual is in a position to slide right the fucking, like, Money Man being in there is Money Man being smart. Like, Money Man got big off of rapping about crypto. Like, he was on Cash Money and nobody really cared about him when he dropped that song Internet and talking about he got some Bitcoin, he got some Litecoin. That's when his career really started moving, in my opinion. And so he's an example of somebody who went from the blockchain and really came up. But what I'm just saying is, with someone like Casual, I think if Casual was proactively trying to exploit and take advantage of the position that he can play in the Web3 community by blending his knowledge of crypto with the music. And I feel like right now, I feel like Casual is more knowledgeable than probably a Money Man or a Snoop. But Money is applying the music harder, and Snoop has, like, he's applying that metaverse, and his stature, harder. Where I think Casual could apply the actual use case utility and actually get the community on the ground on his back. And so that's where I think we are right now. And we can put more rappers in that conversation, because here's the thing: out of those 7 people I just named, Casual's probably the only one who could have a competent cryptocurrency conversation with me. All of the rest of them, like even Money Man, like I've been on Money Man's stream, and so Money Man, I would say, is knowledgeable about crypto, but he ain't talking to nobody on, like I feel like I would set light bulbs off in his head, because he not deep into Web3. He dealing with crypto, and that's the thing. There's so many levels to this shit. Right, that's what I'm saying.
That's all I hear. Tron, Coinbase, just
exactly. He's super surface level. All of them are. Like Snoop is building the metaverse, but he don't understand the depths and the complexities of where, like, you know what I'm saying? It is what it is. You gotta be dependent on your team after a certain point. And so for me, I've just seen in the spaces, it's very few innovators usually. You got a lot of replicators.
That's what I was meaning to say. Innovation versus replicate, big difference. Casual.
Most people are defecators. They just shitting.
All right, I just want to field some of these questions because, yeah, if you don't. All right, hold on. Shoot, 1 moment. Oh, Casual, do you have a song about cryptocurrency? If so, do you plan on releasing it or is it out? At Sep Spec.
I think he got a bunch where he mentions crypto.
That's
But
what
I
they're
don't know if he has one specific where. I know he got that Win Lambo jump.
I'm sorry. I was talking on mute, man.
Oh, you cool? You good?
My real song, Win Lambo, was kind of like a joke to respond to people who kept coming in to our project trying to get us to promise some lofty things. Like Win Lambo, I can't tell you when you're gonna have your Lambo. Shit. But I made that song for therapy. You know what I mean? To
And
deal
that
with
was
all these people.
that was the one you just released here recently, right? Or no?
No, it was called Win Limbo. I didn't even put it out. I just put it on YouTube. It's definitely not in my catalog of songs, but I got one called The Crypto Commandments. Can y'all hear that?
Crypto Commandments. We got you.
Yeah, that joint fire. That's the one you play on.
All right.
That's classic.
Crypto Commando. Just did you spell it?
Crypto
No.
Commandments. I thought y'all could hear it. I just was playing it, but I guess y'all couldn't hear
it. Yeah, I couldn't. My bad.
it.
So, all right, cool. Send links.
I'm gonna take the Crypto Commandments and do the same thing. I made the beat and the verse to that. So I'm just gonna offer 50% of the publishing of that, and I ain't never even put it out. And so if you want to talk about what Money Man done, you better come on, shoot. We could grab that right there and then put that out. I'm just not talking about us, but I'm about to place that in the DAO. I'm about to give the DAO 50% rights to the song Crypto Commandments. You feel me? So then if somebody let's put out Crypto Commandments as a proposal, that's the proposal. And that's an organizational proposal because they're not asking for a transaction in funds. That's just saying let's move. I don't know if that's an organizational proposal. Yeah, they ain't really asking to benefit from that. So they should be able to write that proposal for free.
Okay, some people are saying they can't find it. Is it on what channel is it on?
They can't. Oh yes. Oh see. So I haven't. Oh, I'm sorry. Are they watching the show? I wish I could play. How come? Oh, my screen ain't sharing. That's why y'all couldn't hear it, huh?
I'm not sure. Usually
I'm
we
about
can
to
hear
play
you.
it right now if y'all don't
Unless
mind.
you have 2 devices running.
Can I play it right now?
Yeah, let's go ahead and play that right now if you could.
I gotta play it from my iTunes. Tell me if y'all getting this audio quality sounding
All
good.
right. I got. So we got screen up.
Can y'all hear it?
Yep. Turn it up a level or 2 if you could.
All right, let me see. Hold on. Damn, I guess if it requires me to turn it up, I guess. Oh,
No, you good. I got my headphones on. You good? Excuse me.
Oh, but was it a good audio quality to everyone else, or is it sounding weak and muffled?
Yes. Quality.
If it ain't bumping, I don't want to play it because it's gonna misrepresent the song.
Let me get my good headphones real quick.
It sounded good.
Oh,
once you hit play.
Let's go.
Okay, cool.
Making money off crypto. It's the Crypto Commandments. It's the Crypto Commandments. I can teach you something that you don't know. The rules of making money off crypto. Alright, this ain't financial advice, but we've been land banking. The expansion on the mansion is nice. If you never took a chance in your life and you want some Bitcoin, I can knock a few grand off the price. Yeah, that's cool. Yep. Here's rule number 1, be cautious, cause there's some shit you've never done. Rule number 2, only invest what you wanna lose. Like that money with the chick you blew on a cruise. Rule number 3, buy the rumor. Sell the news, cause the noobs get enthused. See, we read stock charts, watch tickers, and do fundamentals. Rule number 4, watch the price and make a move when it's on the floor. Look like the Robinhood app was stealing from the poor. My one talk too much, know everything, partner told me Bitcoin was over when it hit 4 bands. I said, you're a plan. I ran and bought more, man. The same dude said it was a short squeeze and his brain got popped over GameStop stock when that thing got dry. Rule number 5, if you buy it and it take a dive, buy more, double down, that'll decrease your cost average, your boss savage, but I ain't acting like I ain't lost cabbage. My thoughts be tossing darts and you can learn from my experiences with all seriousness, which leads me to rule number 6, never use an online wallet for your grips, not Coinbase or none of that shit, these is chips. Secure insured website, you could call it that. My niggas breaking into apps, you get your wallet hacked. I said I need a favor. My man gave me an encrypted code he wrote down on a piece of paper, and that's 250 of them in a paper wallet. He owed me one, he try and make it solid, huh? Rule number 7, if you're scared, go to church and get the money to the reverend. Yeah, scared money don't make none, and real money don't mean none. I'm in Vermont, rare honey with Dunny shooting a skeet gun. Mommy got a unique physique with the feet done. She keep the toes out. I had XRP holdings, she said close out. Which leads me to rule number 8. You can move on the price or you can move on the weight, called the trade value. You know the way I do. Buy some new shit, I pull up there like, hey, how are you? Shit, rule number 9, remember this ain't the stock market. Be in it for the long haul. Buy some altcoins, I got ETH at 150. He welterweight, he got beef at 150. You don't wanna rock, man. Look, I got this Glock and the ring off the blockchain. Fat boy with the pants on, think he slim. The pinky ring look like an inky rim. Getting crypto money out the ATM. Y'all niggas still doing cash money, that's baby now. Shit, rule number 10. Don't be stingy, share the money with the friend. Let your partner know when to sell and when to spend. That's how we all win. It's the crypto commandments.
You know, I'm gonna put that in the dial. I say we take that, put a 50%
Yo,
royalty to
Hell
the
yeah.
dial members.
Hell yeah.
We can work that song properly. You feel me? And especially when people
Exactly.
own a piece of it and a portion of it, you're gonna want to share it to a friend. You feel me? I'm definitely gonna donate that. That's why I have not put it out yet. You know what I
But
mean?
yo, this was amazing. I mean, you talked about the seed phrase. I mean, give me a piece of paper, and and then
Yeah.
the Robin Hood, the GameStop XRP went down. That shit was.
Now check this, right? Let's show you how I would make this corny for hip hop but innovative for the blockchain. Okay.
I'm listening.
Okay. We take you transcribe the lyrics to this song, right? All right. You put the beat out and you put the lyrics out and you go, yo, here's the crypto commandments. Like rap the crypto commandments. Now I can take this beat and your lyrics and I can drop the same song, but it's mental stamina's crypto commandments. And I rap the same exact verse.
Oh yeah.
But it's just the cover of the song.
You want to know what's fresh about that, bro?
Mm-hmm.
I ain't cutting you off, but that's one of the rights of that's one of the rights of copyright that'll like you only give them the right of cover to do a cover, but they don't get the right. Yeah.
And so one thing about it, people who like it's specifically when I was in NFT NYC, I was talking to this Jewish chick, and she was just talking about how she didn't feel like she was around some guys who told her like it's cultural appropriation for her to even rap at all. And I was just like, no, you're allowed to rap. You're white, you can rap. This is basketball. You're allowed to. And so I've helped a lot of people rap for the first time or freestyle for the first time, because for me, freestyling is a workshop, and that's where I was talking about the cipher, right? Now, with that said, imagine the educational experience. Like let's take Ishi Kwacha, for example. She's in here, she's probably never rapped in her life, and probably is new to rap and new to crypto at the same time. And you go, yo, here's this beat, here's these lyrics, go in there and rap the crypto commandments. And by her rapping the crypto commandments, she one learns how to rap on a time signature and a beat and get the confidence to share herself with the community, because now it's going to be a community where now you got 500 copies of this same song. So even if you're bad, you get to put it in and people are like, good job, thank you for it. Now you know the crypto commandments. And so in the process, they also learn the crypto commandments. And so now you got, hundreds of covers of this one song. And now this could actually be how you join the DAO to some degree. You got to make a cover of crypto commandments and donate that to the DAO. And now we got, everybody keeps adding their version of it. And now you got J. Cole coming through, and J. Cole just dropped his crypto commandments and such. And now you got Britney Spears come through. She just rapped her crypto commandments. And now you got Andre Agassi come through. He just rapped his crypto. You see what I'm saying? That's the ultimate intro where we're introducing people into the hip hop metaverse, because we're giving them a hip hop verse that they can rap that's about the metaverse, and they can now be a part of the metaverse.
You know what's fly about that? That sound like a well-written proposal. Like, you see what I'm saying? And so proposals is just ideas that what we gonna do with the assets. So I'm not in control of nothing. If you convince the majority of people, it's gonna pop, which is fly about the structure. You see what I'm saying? And once you turn it over to the DAO is in control. So yeah.
And I have enough bar to propose DAOs all day.
This is how it works too. So I was saying, if we, I got the literature written out. I just haven't made it all the way public for spell check and stuff like that. But basically, if a person pays to contribute and becomes an author, they can author proposals until one gets approved. It's not like they got to come back and do. You feel me? Because I just feel like that they already made their contribution. You see what I mean? And so it wouldn't be like. Well, we should talk about that. And also, I got the literature. The DAO will write proposals, organizational proposals on whether we should change that or not, or whether the rate should be more or less or whatever. But yeah, basically.
I love it. I think that once people, because for me, even though we're talking about this, my brain still isn't at the point yet where I'm just like, oh, I should propose that in the DAO. You know what I'm saying? But as we talk about it more, now it becomes like, all right, everything should be proposed in the DAO. That should be like a basic thing that we're doing in life when we're interacting, is like, you know what? Let's throw this in the DAO. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I'm into buying tax lien properties, and I can't wait to. It don't even take much. You could get acres for hella little, and I can't wait till we focus it on that type of stuff to get tangible assets, because we like the digital assets, but it eventually will amass enough loot to be going after tangible assets.
So check this. This DAO, they're called House DAO. I've been talking about them a lot day or so, but the goal of their DAO is they want to buy an NBA franchise. You know what I'm saying? And so what they've done so far, they bought a Big Three franchise. So Ice Cube has that 3-on-3 league. So they bought them a Big Three team, and then they've been throwing NBA 2K tournaments. And so they're staying in this basketball lane where it's completely relevant to what they're trying to do, but they just keep amassing and stuff like that. So we were, kind of thinking in those lanes of what we could, we were playing around with the idea of, maybe we want to buy SoundCloud or something like that. But how you're talking about buying land, one of the members of the group has a thing called Black land ownership. So he's been using his community to pool resources together so that he can buy land, because he's a Black person and he needs the land. So, with that said, yes, we could buy tangible assets.
We own it. The DAO own it.
No, 100%. Yeah, we're talking about the same thing. But I'm just saying, instead of land is tangible, but a basketball team or business, these
Oh
are
yeah, that's off the hook.
also tangible. But something I was trying to think of something that was on brand with hip hop, because this is a hip hop DAO. Like with the basketball DAO, they want to buy a team, and so on a hip hop DAO, it makes sense for us to be making hip hop projects, like how we talking about the grants or anything.
The hip
But
hop dial can buy Hyro, the label.
oh, really? Now, so let's no, let's talk about that. That's because this is what I really meant when we were talking about, when I was just like, yo, you can add value yourself straight into it. And now, like you just said, hey, I'm gonna throw in, the hip hop commandments. Boom. Now there's some value in that, even though it's not da 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 da. Now, here's the thing. Imagine you did set a price for Hyro, because that would bring this kind of full circle where the DAO actually buys out your label.
Well, you know what? Our passive income is more than anything we looked at on those royalty pages. And when I gauge us with those pages, but we got land assets and tubers, so we'll be up at about probably like 3 or 4. You know what I'm saying? But that's neither
But
here nor there.
but
I'm
not
just
the but
saying,
not the whole label. So think about it like this, right? There's 9 members of Hyro, right? Imagine if the 10th member was the DAO. You just give up 10% of the label to the
I
DAO.
hear what you're saying. Yeah, I hear. Oh, that's dope.
And so like that way you don't have to go through crazy restructuring with the group. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
everybody, 10% of the label goes to the investor pool, and this investor pool could, in theory, balloon up, and now that investor pool is worth 50 $1 million, and now that's 10% of the label.
Yeah, that's a good idea too. All of them are great ideas. Well, basically, what we're talking about is acquisitions through the DAO in the hip hop space. You feel me? Even
Hmm.
outside the hip hop space, but particularly in it. And so that's kind of like why I started talking about buying people's royalties.
Right.
And I still think, as well as, like, we should just be getting all kind of different stuff. Like if
But
if
it's
it's
no, go ahead, sorry.
no, go ahead. I really finished my thought. I was just gonna be
I,
running
I was
back.
just going to throw in that yes, we could buy them, but listen, because you're who you are, people will donate. People will
Yeah.
donate. Like they'll, like, if you say, "Yo, we're starting this DAO," and like if we're starting a token, we do a fundraiser where people donate their money so that we can use the money to start the project. With hip hop, if we understand that our verses have value in itself, we could tell rappers and producers to donate verses and beats to the DAO. In the same way you just put in a song in there and created some value, other artists can go, you know what? Let me just make this song real quick. I'm gonna make this song for the exclusive purpose to give this to fucking OG Casual so that I can support this project. I can be a part of this project. And you know what I'm saying? Because if this thing picks up in this in this one verse that I just made for this, blah blah blah, who cares? Because that now gives me a position where now I can grow off of that, and they don't have to give up full ownership. They can be like, yo, I'm gonna give 50% of this to the DAO, and I'm keeping 50%. So if the DAO blows it up, everybody still wins. You feel what I'm saying? And so we don't have to stretch ourselves thin by buying all of these things. We do this global thing where we unite the community and we let them know that, hey, your words have some worth. Share your words with the global hip hop, and let's put our words together and make sense. We get a lot of response from that.
Yeah, you're right.
And just think of the number, like I was saying, we got all these blue chips joining the where this, like I was just telling you, I used to was managing Paperboy Prince. I made him make 3 crypto albums. So he got a song called How to Buy Bitcoin that's pretty similar to your, song, but it's actually instructions of do this, do this, do this to acquire Bitcoin. And so just imagine if he took some of his crypto songs and now you took your thing and we just told everybody, yo, hold on, we need rappers right now to be making cryptocurrency songs. Here's some vocabulary words. Here's some like videos to watch. Do y'all knowledge real quick and send us songs on NFTs, blockchains, crypto, and donate those to the DAO. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, it could be any song, but if we ask specifically for some Web3 stuff, now we can have this big Web3 library that now all of these other NFT projects know, you know what, we need some songs for our thing. These motherfuckers over here have a database of crypto related rap songs.
Man, this is making me sick. I'm gonna leave it right here. This price better go back up. I'm trying to hit 10 racks on the dot, but it's hard to do because they're not calculating the price and stuff no more. You feel me? And I'm like, man, this is close enough, but people don't like that. And so I'm trying. It's at 96, and now it's open. So it's gonna turn to 40 racks when Bitcoin go back up.
If you just do the math, you can just determine, the relative. Like if you at okay.
I mean, 10, yeah, that's it. Forget it. So now the Dow is there. Now we can wait until, we can wait until, not wait because the proposals could be written right now, but we got to keep in mind that we at the bottom of the market. And the reason why these funds are so depleted is I don't have to explain that. And everybody know that if it was barred and it went down, and so shit. And so, but imagine if we had some type of mechanism to waiting until this say 40K instead of 10K or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Well, regardless,
I
it's
mean,
open.
you do have a mechanism because you don't like. Oh, so is there a okay? So let me understand it. So since it's open now, once something is proposed and then it meets its thing, it's automatically,
It's not
boom,
automatically.
boom.
Once it meets
Okay.
this thing that I'm starting out at 49% to make sure we ain't dealing with the manipulation since we got the low numbers. So if they
Right.
get the numbers that they need, I'll probably spend a day or two going through all of their transactions, looking at them, and if I don't see any open reason why it's not manipulated, then to say it's manipulated, then I would. So I added this POP, and hopefully that can help us as well. You see what I mean? This POP has been set up for this proposal, and this POAP thing, POAP or whatever. And I don't know if you said it'll help us to verify whether the votes are real, but we definitely got to make sure we just not giving money to people who are willing to like scam us out of it. You know what I mean?
So to clarify, the POAP is something. POAP is a proof of attendance protocol. That's not there for security. That is like an add-on there.
Oh, this is what I meant by security. So, and I was thinking it could be used for that if, in course, what do they use? Do they use the device ID, or do they use a simple, you just click a check in, and then what are they using to verify that you have attended or voted? Because it said, I voted POAP.
Yeah, so like for me, when I got a POAP when I was in CNYC, and like the guy pretty much, he said, hey, you want some weed? And I was like, sure. And he gave me a fucking, in order to accept it, I had to get the POAP so that I can receive it. And so he had a box, and his box was filled with pre-rolls. And I tapped my phone on this box, and the box had a sensor in it, like if you just tapped your phone against another phone, and it just automatically, sent the POAP to my POAP app. You know what I'm saying? So it was a level of KYC because he had to physically tap my phone and be like, yo, I'm giving this to you in person.
Mm-hmm. So what I'm saying is, I'm thinking that with see here's if you see my screen, these are the regular votes. It shows their address and they have a profile inside of a snapshot. Nevertheless, see this one right here say streetcredit.eth. Is that you?
Nah, Street Credit that ETH is he's a member of our community. That's
Okay,
yeah,
that's
he's
great. Well, he's
that's
joined
real
the
cool.
DAO and he voted. And so basically, the see that's an identifier right there. But what I mean is, so like if people use, if I was doing an audit on this, if it says streetcred.eth, oh, he just chose that as a name though. That's not actually his address. So what I was thinking is that the POAP could be used as a sort of a proof of purchase, thing that only people who will get one are people who actually voted, correct? Or no?
Yes, you can control who gets the POAPs. It's up to you to distribute that. You feel what I'm saying?
Okay. So that means we'll say once you vote, do your POAP, and we'll have it set up that the only people who can do a POAP are people after you voted. And that way, doesn't the POAP carry back into real life? Like for me, can we see this certificate going to give us at any other place? I wish I could just go to
I
another
mean,
place
a
to
POAP
verify
is
that.
just the NFT. It's nothing different. It's
Okay.
just the POAP is just the name of their app.
So
POAP
yeah.
that
Oh, I
XYC
feel
is
you.
their app.
So okay. So it won't
And
work
so
for how I'm trying to use it then.
I'm not
Well,
sure. I didn't understand how
Well,
you're trying to
I'll
use it.
figure it out.
I mean, I may be able to help you if you explain like how you're trying to use
I'm trying to use it as as an additional step. So say we come here and we want to we write a proposal, right? And
it. Okay.
we trying to get a quorum of 650 people. And they got 650. So I'm analyzing it to see how many of these are real people and how many are duplicate addresses. I was thinking that if we require each vote to do a POAP, that some way I will be able to see in the real world uh, you know, who they are, but I guess it doesn't work like that.
Yeah, nah, I don't think there's yeah.
Or
I
well, I
think I
guess
see where you're
we're
trying
gonna
to
have
go.
to ask people to do some type of a share or something. They don't have to do it, it ain't mandatory, but it will help their vote to go through. Like you could click right here and share the whole vote. Maybe we'll ask people to share your vote on some social media or something. I don't know,
Um,
but something has to happen so that we can tell that they're not just duplicate accounts. That's I'm gonna be like, man, we can't let this ain't working yet.
I mean, but that's also that is a benefit to having a higher price there too. You know what I'm saying?
Higher proposal price for the, I mean, well, I'm gonna call it a
Voting
contribution fee.
price for the
Well,
contribution.
yeah, contribution fee. So the contribution fee allows you to author proposals. Once
Right.
you
I'm
got
talking about the one part thing because
yeah,
it's
the
so
one
cheap
vote,
to
yeah.
do
So
it. You're really spending a lot. You want to spend the effort to uh um like you spend an effort to determine if they're real or not.
yeah, but
Whereas
you know what? They never
mm,
process that transaction. They only like if they take a bar out of your wallet, it's one that Snapshot gave you just to make a vote. So when we do weighted voting, they never actually charge you bar. You see what I mean? It's free. It's just a different system. So if you're doing ticketed voting, it issues any MetaMask wallet 1 bar that they can only spend inside of
I
our
got you.
snapshot. You see
I
what I
got you.
mean? So they're not really spending a bar in essence because we gave it to them so they could vote. So all of these people who say 1 bar, their wallet balance is still the same as it was before they voted. And so that's why it says snapshot right here. Because what it is, it takes a picture. When you write a proposal, it takes a snapshot of what block height it's at. so that anybody try to vote, it's going to go back to this snapshot and see what your balance was at that time. So you can't manipulate it. Because if I write a proposal to say, you get 20 G's in the next 10 minutes for doing something, somebody might try to hurry up and manipulate that. It won't go off of the amount of bar that's in your wallet at that time. It'll go off the amount that was in there at the block snapshot, basically. I streamed this bill. I've been streaming this bill for hella long today too. Few people in the chat right now. Shout out to anybody watching. The opportunity we're talking, well, basically for the people who don't want to have to go back and watch the whole video to know what's going on. I'm building with a group from Join Coin at Rap.Hip Hop. Ro, you look like you've been working for a minute, my brother. You doing some graphics or something? You need some refreshments. This is streaming in the metaverse. Where's the link? I'm about to share the link with the crowd or with my audience. Yeah, I'm about to go up in there too.
Yeah, we're gonna pre-sale at the end of this month.
I'm new at Discord. Where do I find the link you just shared?
You go to either
Oh,
go
yeah.
to either you can go to either Join Coin or to Rap.Hip Hop. You know what I'm saying? And then you just click on Metaverse or Voxels. To be right at the top of the page.
I try join.coin or join.co.in, huh?
There you go.
Oh, no wonder I messed up earlier. I was trying to go
It's
to it earlier.
yeah.
I'm up in here. Uh-oh. I'm up in here. Y'all so this a different parcel or this the same parcel? All right, so the question is, can you save part builds? Or you just it's gone?
Uh, yeah, the vision is that I mean, Voxel says that it has backups. We haven't had much luck loading it all in there. But today I was just talking to a new guy. We're about to pull on a team, and he has he has a team of developers in Voxel. So they're going to come in and they're going to help us
Somebody
build
mute
and
the
build
stuttering.
out. You said I'm
We got a
stuttering?
double feed. We got a double feed. Listen. Y'all hear that?
Oh, maybe that's just you. Cause okay, is it gone?
Maybe am I doing something wrong? Oh, I'm tripping. That's because I'm inside
Oh,
of
because you're in the
the
metaverse. You're in the
metaverse.
metaverse. There you go. It's
Oh, this
playing
is
in the metaverse
crazy.
too. That's what it is.
How do I make it? That's crazy. How do I mute the metaverse?
You can right click. You can right click on the at the if you got in Google Chrome, right click tab at the top and then hit mute the tab.
Okay, yeah, you're right. Right click on the tab and mute site.
Yeah.
Dang, that was a crazy experience. And so I hope people are watching and seeing what's going on here, how these brothers is building for real, man. One of my first events thrown for me and hosted in the metaverse was in this parcel right here. And we got our own space at hyrovr.com, but it just felt more welcoming to have this community welcome us into their space like this. And so for that, I want to thank you all. And I really like how y'all building. Y'all still got the NFT space downstairs, or you redid that too?
Right now, it's no downstairs. Row House is working on. He started making a like a 3D rendering of like a subway New York entrance, and so you'll be able to walk down that. And he was playing around with some 3D train modeling. So he's just playing around with it, But like we don't know what we're gonna do with it yet. Like I was saying earlier, I just started today talking to these guys who that's what they do. They specifically just make land, like they do architecture and wearables and voxels. So we're about to bring them onto the team, and they're probably going to make a whole new build and just focus on doing stuff and making some cool stuff. So hopefully soon we'll have the wearable, some Hyro sneakers, in the metaverse for people and all of those types of things soon. So,
I have a question I wanted to ask out loud now that you hit it regarding architecture in the metaverse and who builds what, where, when, and why. Um, if you have connects with a company that's going to do that, then can you expound on how potential alliance partnerships might partner with that company with regards to signage outside buildings, just like normal B2B marketing discussions would happen, but it's electronic, right? So, like the differences between the existing infrastructure for that particular industry vertical of like marketing related event stuff and what it's going to look like once where this is going on the inside.
you're basically thinking about like advertising in the metaverse, basically. And so, it'll kind of work in, similar ways where, think about how people are advertising in movies or video games. And so, but also mixed with how they're advertising on websites. And so with websites, you'll have a group of maybe metaverse parcels, and they're all linked together, and you're selling ad space to them, collectively.
So, as
Or
an
you could.
architect, do you have to, as an architect in the metaverse, you're not like actually like subject to physical world laws, right? So you don't have to make ramps wheelchair accessible, but there's a lot of architects that all they do is ADA accessibility. So the online version of kind of ADA accessibility is through the eyes and fingers and brain. And so is there a place for online architects that consider that crap at all? I have
So
ADA
that's beyond the that's
to
beyond
talk.
the level of the architecture. That sits in the hands of the creators of the metaverse. And so those are the people who will define the interactions and that type of level of of what you're talking about. Um, and so no, the specific architectures wouldn't be doing that. Like, and
Well, crypto song wonderful. I have to go. Thank you for letting me say something. And I want you to know that I'm going to get Eleni to sing that song on Oculus Rift in the metaverse. And she's a 77-year-old fine artist. So we're going to work it out.
There you go. You about to have a 77-year-old fine artist rapping your lyrics. All you gotta do is give us the lyrics and the
I
beat.
might need
We
to
about to
start
have it.
working on memorization now.
Hey, I'm glitching, man. I'm stuck underwater somehow or something.
You need to fly. Hit the F button. Hit. If you're on the computer, first thing you want to do is make sure you're looking at it in the third person.
Yeah, I
So-
hit it now. Oh yeah. Oh, so I need to see my character, you mean?
You don't need to. It might be easier for you to get a relative understanding of where you're at. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
If you
so
can
what
see.
happened to the water that was right here? Is that my computer not showing that y'all was on the waterfront?
Yeah, we were definitely on the water, but you can walk underwater. You can fly above the water.
It's no where I'm looking. Maybe my computer's glitching, but the water ain't there. You see my screen?
Okay, I see your screen now. Oh, I do see your screen. Yeah, you're saying, okay, I see what's happening. You're saying the water's not there. That's hilarious. Okay, so you can actually go under it and you can see the. Okay, so that's what you can see the under it. That's cool. That's kind of cool. I think it's just the. No, his RAM isn't loading the water.
Yeah.
So it's like it's crypto voxels, but just with no water in it. So
yeah, it's probably because I'm streaming and doing all this shit.
Yeah, but it still looks pretty cool. But it looks cool because you can see our parcel. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
this ain't the whole.
This ain't the whole bill. Is more than this. Oh. Uh-huh. Oh yeah, I was watching it, showing people in the showing people in the chat how it's going on.
But he can go to the basement, is what I'm saying, because there's no water down there. He can go right to the under layer of this.
I was trying, but then I fell into the water. Look, watch this. All right, I did it. I made it. So this is like the dance floor.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm not seeing no ground area, even for these other people's parcels. Yeah, so whatever happened to them brothers? Oh yeah, you said they wasn't trying to. Yeah, they wasn't trying to. They was. Oh, for real? Oh damn.
Hey, what are some of the first things y'all are going to do in the metaverse? Tell me some of the. Give me a quick breakdown of some of the firsts that y'all are going to hit in the metaverse, like that.
Good question.
That's we didn't name. We just came up with like in this conversation, like.
All right, y'all ready to do a crypto scavenger hunt right now? How do we hide a wallet private key somewhere? Well, only one person can hide it because if mutual people know about it, one of those person could go back and collect. But you know, a scavenger hunt in the metaverse. Actually, you know how private you can recover any MetaMask wallet with 14 words or whatever.
Yeah.
We should hide those words inside of like in the metaverse and let people be like, it's a party. You know, leave clues, and if they do it, they win like $500.
That's so genius. That's so freaking genius. Is that legal?
Hella people will be trying to. I mean, if you're giving away the money and you're accounting for it, what would be illegal about it?
So my only thing about that, like, with the whole like, 'cause, you know, I've heard like one of the guys in here. His whole thing is he likes to hide crypto in his music, and so his whole logic. Yeah, I made a rap song, and you know, if you go through the song, some of the 16 of the lyrics, 16 of the words in the lyrics, if you could take those out and make that a one. It's like if you do the math on that, it's impossible to ever solve. Like that's literally impossible. And so, this looks cool. What is this? This looks like it's an audio visual club. So this layout right here is fire. This is how we should have our
Why don't
shows
you
like
Share your
laid out.
screen. I can't see your screen.
Yeah, I'm sitting here looking at nothing and just listening to y'all. But that scavenger hunt, you can correlate that scavenger hunt over to like finding stuff like basically learning theory can be applied, and the things that are found have to be found in sequence in order to establish learning precedents. So that can be totally employed in other verticals to draw youth into all of this in ways that hopefully we can talk about not today.
You got to also understand that with so the thing is with a scavenger hunt or finding things in crypto, it usually comes down to like a wallet and trying to figure out like, so it's not just finding the words. You now got to figure out the order. So it's usually it just always seems like this impossible to solve scenario that's really not. The prize isn't like $5 million, so why are we doing, secret Indiana Jones type shit to find it? And my logic is, one, you don't have to just have one winner. You could be giving away, like, just think about if like I was saying, we get a wearable, and this wearable is a pair of hieroglyphic tennis
wearable.
shoes that are, and so now we can have infinite of those winners. Anybody who discovers where that is, they get a pair of shoes, and that's a scavenger hunt. Now, the main thing about having a scavenger hunt in the metaverse is we can only control the parcels that we own. And so if somebody's in crypto voxels, they'd have to kind of end up finding our parcel at the end of the day. And now this is where it could be, so you could, like, if you were doing a scavenger hunt, you could be like, hey, the scavenger hunt's going to be on Scarcity, and Scarcity Island is the island that I'm on. And so now we've consolidated, the prize is going to be on this island, so we know where to look. And now you could give clues so that, the clues could basically give the answers to my address, which is 37 Diamond Road. So if you make it so that they know that they're on Scarcity, and that they're able to figure out the clue is 37 Diamond Road, now everybody who ends up coming to the parcel can get this, all they have to do is really just sign the guest book, and now they won the scavenger.
You know what? Is the website up at rap.hiphop?
The website is up. You might be getting a issue if you're having any problems, but it should work.
No, I'm not having any problems. I just realized we're so far ahead of ourselves that a lot of people don't realize that is a website because they're not used to hearing .hip hop. And since you helped to bring that here, I think people need to understand that we are at rap.hiphop. So type that in your computer and you'll see the website. And so that's what I wanted to reiterate. And I'm about to grab me a .hiphop, like, so I need you to put me on with that. I need that casual .hiphop fast. You feel me?
But not even that. You got to remember that there's .bar.
And I need .real .hip hop. Who got that?
Somebody got that, but did you hear what I just said though?
Yeah, .bar.
.bar.
So that means we should have holders with .bars. Huh?
Now you seeing there's something there. So I'm about to launch the hip hop token, and so there's a .hip hop. You got the bar token. There's a .bar already.
Yeah. Where do I go?
GoDaddy.
Ethereum name server?
GoDaddy.
GoDaddy. For the other dots? They got all the other dots?
Yeah,
GoDaddy. Man, yeah, I'm tripping,
so,
right?
GoDaddy, like, is where you can get, like, I mean, so if they don't have them there, go to porkbun.com. But GoDaddy, you should be fine to get a .hip hop. But if you want a .bar, you probably got to go to Porkbun.
Yeah. I'm gonna see. I'm gonna see. Well, that's good to know. So I want the audience to check out rap.hiphop.com and make sure y'all supporting everything that we got going on. We got the release of Hip Hop the Token coming soon, and they are in full support of what we doing with the bar. So before that launch, I want our first proposal to been granted. uh I want our first proposal to have been granted before y'all launch because it's just gonna make everything more official. And so, if anybody out there watching, if you know anybody in the art space, not just the music space, but the art space, what we have is we would have been talking about more, but look, you got the opportunity to access 10% of the funds we put into this. And I'm gonna stop calling it a DAO because I'm not using any of the DAO protocol. All I'm using is the smart contracts, really, and a public voting systems. I don't want people to think this is decentralized. I'm right here. And so, you know what I mean? But regardless, you can access these funds for your project with a small commitment to give a little portion of what you earn back to the organization. And in order to access those funds, you would simply join our snapshot, which is in the chat, and write. If you want to write a proposal, it's going to be a process of becoming an author. To become an author, see right here, I wanted the treasury here. I still might have to put the treasury back here for another reason. Even though it's not showing the assets under management on XDAO, people need to be able to click that in order to pay a contribution fee so that they can become an author. And so if this is not here, people will be like, what do I do? And so even though the funds aren't showing in the treasury, I'm going to re-add it and say, I'm going to say the bar treasury. And that way, people will understand that this is where they will have to send their contribution fee in order to be able to become an author. Save. Let's see the bar treasury. And so let's go, man. I mean, I know that's gonna grow. Wait till we see how that shit grow. I mean, it may go slow, and I'm gonna adjust. I'm gonna moderate. We got cool off periods for that reason. So if we grant something and it look like we're depleting faster than we're increasing, we're obviously gonna have a cool off period in order. I mean, go into a cool off period to see what's wrong with our math and to tweak things through a series of organizational proposals in order to get things right. So now when we click treasury, they will see the bar treasury. And that even though it says 0, which is inaccurate, they'll know that they can click this wallet and send funds to this wallet address in order to become an author in that DAO. And once we see that transaction went through, we take their wallet address and add them to the authors list, and they'll have unlimited. I mean, they'll have rights to write proposals until they get one approved. And they also will be the person that people who want to write organizational proposals will have to go through them. And so that's what that is. But yeah. So the funny part is people on my stream probably thinking this a long stream, but honestly, whenever I'm building with this ain't nothing. Like this be cats be building like 9 to 5, you know what I'm saying? And that's one thing that I can appreciate about your crew.
Yeah, I appreciate everybody, man, for allowing me to participate. All the great creative minds, Cash, man, keep doing what you're doing. The interaction is priceless.
Appreciate you, good brother. I'll be seeing you on the Instagram too. You know I follow you. I might not say nothing every time because I fell back on social media a bit. But I'll be seeing you on there.
I don't even think
Which
I know
one?
your Instagram.
But
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I got a couple of them.
I think I followed you a long time ago when we was launching the bar or whatever.
Mostly I push the clothing line. Mine is Extremist 2019.
Somebody got a clothing line already in the metaverse out there? Just mentioned.
Oh, no, yeah, but that's what we. Thank you for saying that because you mentioned that
Hey,
earlier,
Dad.
Ty, and that's well, I don't have a clothing line in the metaverse. I don't know if anyone else in the site do, but since you mentioned it, I wanted to say, Ty, that's the third asset for the DAO. So can we work with this out? Y'all got the strength to make crypto voxels gear, correct? Or the prowess?
Yeah, we do. Telling you about I'm working out a deal. I was just talking to them today where we're about to pull in these new guys who are their sole purpose is just going to work for us in crypto voxel. So they're going to work on updating our parcel where necessary, and then if any wearables that we, that's what they're going to be. So part of this, yeah, part of our vision has been to make wearables, but until we've had somebody to make them, we haven't been in a situation to make them. But part of this rollout for this metaverse is that, okay, now that we have a team who can make wearables, that team can, in theory, make the wearables that we need for whoever. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And just
what
scale
we
up.
need to that's a third asset as well. Because once you got that in place, I want to work out a deal just like we go into a t-shirt manufacturer or
Mm-hmm.
whatever. And say I need 1,500 of these with the Hyro logo on them, and we
Exactly.
get dude breaded, or we give him whatever percentage he want, and we place these in the DAO as assets as well. You know what I'm saying? Now we are members who benefit from the sale of those wearables. So we would like to be doing just like them other dudes who's walking around the metaverse making your wearables look cool. You know what I mean?
Yo, Row House, did I send you those new flyers already? I think I checked your email. You should have a few more people. Yeah, I'm still getting pressure from Philly because they, we supposed to get those to them this morning. So yeah, so remember it's Friday. The show is Sunday, so we can just get those out ASAP. Yeah.
But yeah, we did talk about that too. My thing with having a physical, I got a physical clothing line, me and my partner. So I wanted to do what's it called, a tether. I wanted to tether the physical with the digital.
Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be fun to slap the make some high road wearables and then dump them mugs and then have them as an asset for the dial as well.
But yeah, like I like the scavenger hunt thing. But just thinking about it and like having our parcel, if we made a whole scavenger hunt where the answer was 37 Diamond Road and they had to do whatever to end up where they ended up at, and then when they got there, they was able to get some high road shoes. That could be fun for some people. You just leave breadcrumbs
Yeah.
in different places of where they can start off at, and then they go down the rabbit hole.
Oh
Um,
yeah.
but and also it's a group. Oh, they're in there right now. I was about to tell you, but they're called the Metaverse Meetup, and like it's this chick. She just always has a bunch of other women in her Discord, and they just go. They just will, she'll go somewhere in the metaverse, and they'll just be all following her around, and she's just giving a tour. Same way you're streaming to your people, she's just giving them tours of the metaverse, and they're just going around and exploring and talking, and so that is another thing where I think could be a cool event where, like, imagine how, like, right streaming live. Imagine if we told everybody, yo, at 9:30, click this link right here, and then we're all going to meet up in the in the parcel, and then we're following. We're walking around, following you around, going from parcel to parcel, just exploring together. And if anybody gets lost, they can just send a tweet, and you can send a tweet to them and be like, "Here's the exact location where we're at right now," and spawn right off of you again. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So Metaverse tours, would be way more simple than even the Metaverse uh scavenger.
So I was just thinking of a way to pull it off. How can an independent person find out or contact you? Like, does your parcel have contact information on it for a stranger?
It just has the website, which is Rap Hip Hop. From Rap Hip Hop, you can connect us on social media, get in a
Okay.
Discord. So it's the
So you
rabbit
think
hole
other
of they can
parcels are
contact
like
us.
that?
Some of them are. So every parcel is a different project. Some of them are a lot more anonymous than others. You know what I'm saying? And some of them are just like, yo, this is who we are. Some of them you got to some of them are just like games, like you saw scavenger hunt. Like one of our neighbors next door to us, their parcel, they turned it into a literal scavenger hunt or a game where like people came from the Discord to do this particular thing, and it was set up like that for a few days, and then they changed the design after that. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah. Okay, so if that's the case, I mean, yeah, okay, I feel you. Yeah. Because I was thinking, well, that just means we need to contact 13 other people with a crypto voxels parcel and don't let don't let each other know who they are. You know what I mean? And then I'd contact each one of those people and just like, I need to post one word. I want to pay you to hide one word on your parcel, for 48 days or whatever.
and so I was talking to these one guys in a Twitter space last week, and they have an NFT project. I think they were called Bears and Bulls, and they were talking about how they partnered up with Crypto Voxels, and Crypto Voxels gave them a 6x6 parcel area. So basically, they got 36 parcels from Crypto Voxels. And this was given to them in theory for free. It was spawned as kind of a partnership. And so all of that to say is they have enough parcels to do a scavenger hunt just on in their thing. You know what I'm saying? So instead of finding 13 people, you maybe just could even talk to one person with that size.
But they have too much. They would know each word. So in theory, they could.
Oh, I see
Yeah,
what you're saying. I got what you're saying. You're
yeah.
saying
You just
hiding.
get
I
one
got
word at each parcel, yeah, and then they won't even be able to.
interest.
Yeah, I can find. I can find 14 people in crypto voxels. I'll figure that out. But anyway, I'm gonna press mute for a minute. And talk to holla at my family real quick.
Nexus Africana just hit this, so it's looking like Sunday is going to be lit. He said, "I know what I said earlier about the turnout, but it's changing as we speak." And so he says he got about 5 more flyers we'll need to put together on top of the other ones too. So
All right, I just ended that stream real quick. I shared y'all join coin link and then I ended the stream on my end.
Awesome, awesome. This was a good day. Like it's great to be
Yeah,
able to kind of kick knowledge back and forth like that.
yeah, when I can, I'm in here as much as I can, and so like I said, I appreciate all y'all. I appreciate our willingness to bang ideas off of each other, and I want to see the go. So, what's up with Rap Hip Hop? Because I could think of a game with the are those NFTs, place cards, the images I was looking at.
Everything right, nothing is minted yet. So right now, all of those
Images
trading
that could be
cards.
NFT. Okay, yeah.
Well, those are all technically members of our community at this point. Like all of those
Okay,
are artists who we've reached out to,
yeah,
got their cards and they signed up with we got their social media. So all of them are those are pretty much going to be the Genesis cards. Those are going to be the first people who go into our database. You know
bro.
what
You
I'm
know
saying?
what? I would really like to be if there's a conversation about use case for those, particularly the gaming use case. Come on, man. We just get some realistic way to gauge hip hop attributes. Think of those attributes, give each
So
card its attributes. I
here's the
know you
problem
got
with
something
that.
with that. Huh?
Here's the problem with that. So that attributes thing is why nobody does it, because that is a really hard thing to
It's,
properly
it's,
tackle.
it's like Madden.
Right. And so that's the full time staff to try to keep that up.
Yeah,
And
you're
that's
right.
all
You're right.
evolving because even if you think about Matt, the stats at the beginning of the season aren't the same at the end of the season. And that is constantly changing. And so what you'd have is you'd have a whole bunch of unhappy rappers who go, yo, your site's whack because y'all calling me whack. You
Yeah,
know what I'm saying?
yeah, yeah.
So the way around that is a game called Fortnite. Fortnite allows everybody to be equal, but you get to choose your skin. Your skin doesn't affect the mechanics of the game. And so for me, the way I'm looking at it is that I'll be able to make the game mechanics even to a degree of the where it to like the things that it has to automate. Now, if I do go off of metrics, now I can use community driven metrics where I could take like a song and I could let everybody in the community rate that song 1 to 10. And now the collective average is its metric. You know what I'm saying? And so
Voting,
that's how you determine people's ratings and stuff like that.
rating
But
and
really,
voting.
the way I want to do it is to have the market caps be the only metrics that are really matter. Maybe your market cap and your holders, type of stuff like that.
How can it be all three?
Um,
That's a good idea. Rating, voting, and then market cap.
where the rating just requires a certain amount of community size for accuracy. So that would just, in my theory, have to come later. I think it would work easier starting off with just the market caps. And then after the community is large enough where we got thousands of people who are voting, now we can easily be like, okay, these votes are more accurate.
So
Because
like
otherwise, I could just have my friends come and manipulate my stats, and now everybody's just cheating on the micro level to try to make themselves look good.
oh, how do you keep people from cheating with their
You
vote?
don't institute those. You think of before that. You don't give them those mechanics or set that scenario so that it can be manipulated like that.
I think you don't. Like that makes sense because see, like, okay, a rating can be on an artist NFT. Each artist have their own NFT with their face on it. Then the battle is its own NFT in itself, and where you can put the votes on the battle. Then in the comments section, people can write whatever they feel about it. And then to use the comment section, you actually have to pay because each thing that you say and do on chain is a transaction. This again falls back into that conversation we had earlier about the simplicity of mechanics is easier to see on one side than it is the other. The complexity of the way that they solve them same problems. So I don't know if you could do that. Ideas might not work on Binance and or BNB and them, but I know you can do it on Bitcoin without a problem. Easy. Oh, I like that leveled up. What is that? That's dope. Okay, so they gave me another idea. What if oh. So think about this. What we missed one. We only dealt with three possibilities. What if what is she saying? Like she is chatting on here. Where is this chat at? I gotta see what they writing here. She said, "Never shut up."
You gotta. If you look in the
They were
top
both
right corner, there's a
participating.
there's a chat built in that you can read everything.
That's crazy. You gave me an idea. So
I'm
okay,
just
what
telling you,
if?
but no one ever responds.
Oh,
That's okay. I'll handle that one because I'm not on multiple platforms. I'll fill the air that no one reads.
oh shoot. So what if we look at from a transactional angle? Everything is like being paid to come out and perform. So we use the vaults. Oh, I didn't think of this before. We use the vaults as a depository of people's energy when they actually want to. Everybody who wants to vote for the who won what in the battle. Oh, that is dope. So you literally could buy the tokens to put in the vault to vote, and you can put the comments um on the NFT of the artist. And you could get the rating. Oh, that's dope. There's so many things that you can do, yo.
So you can also set weights potentially of the rating based on the tiered authority level of the rator.
That would be
Like
that you would need to write a DApp for that though, because that would mean that would be a place on the
that
Well,
would
blockchain
the,
that's
be
vis-
if
the vision is
mental
that we write a DApp for all of this. So yeah,
Mental's rating on a rapper should not mean the same thing as my rating on a rapper unless it's my fucking show and I'm given an award because I'm nobody, you know? If Mental spends one moment going out and rating rappers on other, like that's a way bigger deal. Like in corporate, I come from like executive succession planning and comp strategy at the corporate level and systems implementation. So like building in gamification to get senior leaders to provide feedback is one of the most difficult human change behaviors that there is. And 100% of your interactions must happen online to warrant all this stuff. So you've got to build known human behavior altering strategies into getting clicks in certain spots. And, you know, I should be able
yo,
to see
somebody
who
put
is
her on
important.
marketing for real. Like she would be a beast on like marketing with that stuff. But now what I was saying is, see, that's a whole nother conversation, layers of this junk, man. You got the finance side of the conversation that never gets the air of day. Nobody ever talks
Mhm.
about it. But in order to use the chains that already exist and that are interoperable with all the other chains, plus the finance sector, you wouldn't write a DApp because they wouldn't be a part of it. You would have to see if you write a DApp, find a way to get them on the DApp. If you use existing vehicles that have already been written, it will populate when you populate whatever it is you're doing. It will populate with already a viewing or already eyes on it. You know what I'm saying? That were already there, part of the finance sector. This is why I was teaching classes on it because it's too complicated.
Can one of y'all talk through what you just said and give like a real world example as if it wasn't the metaverse of what that would have been in business?
Anybody want to do it?
I'm gonna
It
ask a
was your
hard question.
explanation. You should explain it.
All right, so you're aware of the Bank Secrecy Act, right?
I will be in the next 4 seconds, so you can keep talking.
We're not
Okay.
streaming live, are we? Okay.
This is just a bunch of contracts. Anybody can Google it. Basically, it's a
I understand
member.
now. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, I
It's a
got it.
member-oriented situation.
Mm-hmm.
And in reference to what I was just saying, is that there's all these financial entities that are already in conglomerate and contract with each other on a financial basis that are already on certain parts of the blockchain, depending on how inclusive you are in the inside. They're already there. So once you populate an idea or you populate a project or whatever, and you put it in a place where they're already watching, you pop up without having to go get people to come look at your projects. They're already there looking at them. So let's say a regular everyday example would be, having predetermined contracts between banks, and they only use the members of those. Uh, That's what they're called. But it's like a membership list.
Basically, you're alerting yourself to authority in order to garner eye of the authority, which then garners eye of additional people by a nature of the authority taking eye first.
Yeah, whatever you
Okay,
said. Hmm.
if I'm right.
Right, and then business is cutthroat. It cuts
Mm-hmm.
it cuts into the potential of the private because, well, yeah, public, right? But anyways, because the public isn't aware that it exists. So that's why when you talk about financing, this and that and the other, they feel like there's a certain element of sliding. You know,
So, what about, like, is this even a relevant question? Big diffs between credit union versus not credit union versus, I used to give my money over to what we called the money man. And if we saw we wanted to have him switch over some of our investment portfolio to another ticker, we'd just call him and we'd say, hey, move it over to this ticker a little bit. So who's doing that in this space?
Do you realize you were probably getting ripped off?
Yeah, of course. We paid to get ripped off. We paid the money
Okay.
manager. On top of it,
So, and
right.
if
Because
you
we didn't
and
manage
you,
our own
so
money.
the answer to the
it was
question is
a
if
broke.
you're looking for somebody to rip you off, there's a lot of people who are here to rip you off. If you just want somebody to handle your money and be your money man, he's a rapper called Money Man for you. Like, there's lots of people who be your
Oh,
money
I
man
learned
if
that
that's
in the
if that's the
trade.
security that you don't want to
Me
you
being
don't
saying,
trust yourself to
where's
handle
the
your own
skill?
money.
No, I'm not talking about me. I'm saying, like, where's that service available in this economy of scale?
That service is the people who are providing that service are thieves. You don't want that service. You think you want that service. If you want that service, you probably don't really want to be on in crypto because that's going to go one way.
Yeah, I think
So what
they
if
call it
what if
rug
that
pulls.
service was available and they weren't thieves? No, I probably don't. Oh, I know that. Yeah. Right. But affiliation of this stuff, I see how surfacing this in interestingly, not covert, but interestingly strategic ways can disseminate through the Bank Secrecy Act's touch points. I'm familiar with federal. Well, then shift over to talk about
Quacha,
libraries.
quacha,
Yeah,
right.
I put something in there, regarding right trade.
Just
There's a
just be
lot of
mindful.
places that can help this and validate
But just
it.
just be mindful. We're recording a broadcast right now, so I meant to DM you back. I apologize for that. I've just been
Oh,
busy, so we can link up, okay? Because that was the world I lived in years ago till Ty brought me into this world, and I'll just leave it there. But
okay.
we will touch base, okay? It's Krem, so
Okay.
feel free to get back to me. We had a back and forth.
It's
Just been
crime.
busy.
Hi,
Yeah,
crime.
yeah. How are you? How are you? So
Good.
um,
Pardon my ignorance. Utilize
it's
it. Like,
not
because I haven't
it's
even
not.
bought anything at all yet.
Listen, it's a dojo,
Mm-hmm.
okay? This is like
Mm-hmm.
look at it as a karate class where there's a I don't want to call it a hierarchy whatsoever. That's not what I'm but there's a level here and there's different level of thinkings and like a choose your own adventure book like Smash was saying
Oh, right.
earlier. And we're broadcasting so it's just it's not rude, it's not really it might look to you as disruptive and we're cutting it's just we're broadcasting and trying to get
No.
to the core of a point and so I could take you aside and help you out.
Yeah.
I don't mean to I'm
And you're working
tangentializing now.
open and you're open working in ways I've never experienced on any project or work group ever. And so I
Okay,
respect that.
and when you we appreciate
With the
Yeah, and I
integrated
think that too that we were talking in as a parallel analysis. We weren't even actually talking about the things he was. Yeah, we was actually just point of reference of parallel analysis. Anybody can Google that stuff if they want to learn about it. We was making a comparison. That was a mouthful. Like, what do you do again? That was huge. I was like, what?
but yeah, it's just we try to stay game tight, focus and we will have channels for other types of conversations in the future, possibly. There's possibilities are endless here, and we can always speculate this, that, and the third. But it's a group where when we're working, it's like we're also multitasking while we're doing the broadcast. So a lot of us aren't fully, you see Rowhouse over here he's not just listening in, he's also doing several other things. And we're all doing this, that, and the third. So it's not like you're derailing it. Things what you say could be very pertinent. So what Roja's trying to tell you, we're just filling you out. Welcome to the community. And there's just a time and a place for that type of thing, and I will definitely be more than happy to have a one-on-one with you and kind of guide you through the process if that's what you want, and you can express your speculations or whatever you have.
I will eke knowledge out of anyone willing to give me access to extract it, because I'm going to come out on LinkedIn as a bald person this month, because this is Disability Awareness Month. And my network is extensive and underutilized because I've never used it for any of these purposes before. I didn't cut my hair for a long time. Like, I'm going to go viral, and I need to figure out how to have voice regarding things I support. And the main thing that I support with this initiative isn't making money. Like, I haven't even bought the coin yet. I haven't bought any coin. I've gambled once in my life. I gambled with $100 before I had my first neurosurgeries, but I live. So if you come with me on LinkedIn, then you'll come out and I'm going to go viral. So I just need partners. Connect with me.
You don't have to gamble. You can put 50 cents on the coin, and it'll cost maybe 33 cents to buy it.
Plan to purchase it on live stream. So
okay, and we can guide you through that process too, and just streamline you
on my own, and you all will be the ones involved, because other than that, I haven't even talked to my other partners regarding this concept because it's new.
So you are crypto literate? I thought you said you'd never.
I'm financials industry literate and technology literate and multilingual and a consultant.
How many languages, if you don't mind me asking, in which languages?
3.2.
Okay, so what's the point two?
Portuguese.
Okay.
Eu vou muito a Lisboa. Yeah. Like international rapper. So then let's all plan to move to Lisbon right after New Year's or something like that.
Let's get rich first. Let's go.
Mm-hmm. That's why money managers, we don't have to look at money. We just give the money to the money manager. We don't have no stress. Y'all stress. But if y'all know rappers that reference disabilities in your songs, refer them to me. I need them now and I got to go. But it was nice to chat with everybody. And I look forward to seeing you on video someday. Bye.
Peace. Take care. Man, I was just gonna ask you about that foot. You seem like you're just. I see you on stream, bro. You struggling.
Oh, that view is crazy. You like on like a fire escape or something? Or is that a deck?
Jokes.
So where are y'all streaming at?
Tw- yeah, and his fans are usually, a lot of them are on the West Coast. He's obviously global, but it is still working hours and stuff, so we could continue.
When you yeah, if I'm about to run for a second. If I'm not yeah, just send it to me. I don't worry about it. Just whenever you're done, just send it to me. I'll handle it. I completely forgot I was streaming. Yeah, Africanin just needs all of the performance you know ones. Yeah, he only needs the ones that you're making else already. I completely forgot I was streaming. I'm about to wrap this all up and then I need to make a run real quick. So what the fuck did I just renew? God damn it. Fuck did I renew? Ugh. All right.
So what you working on now, Rocky? I'm going to look at your streams. Yeah, how far are you from completing the white paper? Yeah, that's major. Yeah, I like the graffiti on the outside. Yeah, I heard. Oh, I like that right there. So they all have those QR things. Yeah, y'all the ones streaming all over the place, but I feel what you're saying. Have this utility is very important. Yeah, yeah, like the utility should not be uh, hard to comprehend at all. It's kind of obvious. Mhm. Yeah, I can't wait to check out that white paper, yo. That's dope. You've been busy. So I'm probably gonna get off here, but when is the next event? So now, right now, what are they mostly doing? Like freestyling, introducing themselves, just um, just driving traffic to the meta. Yeah, yeah. This is like early 1981, before we really had a whole idea of how it was gonna work. So like bringing people to people are uh, expressing themselves and just displaying their talent. So I can definitely see it's gonna be a while before y'all have the full, you know what I'm saying, breakdown of exactly what's exactly this, exactly that. You know what I'm saying? Especially because it's multifaceted too. You can do a lot with these. Yeah. Well, shoot, man. I'm not gonna hold you no more. I know you. And you like one of the hardest working dudes I've met in this space. As far as like, yeah, yeah, man. But I'm gonna hit you back.
you